There's Brenda Parker, there's Kimberly, the president has just joined as well. There's Mr. Pailani, there's Councillor Pepeta Taki, there's Akil here, the vice president has joined as well.
Yes, good morning, Registrar. My name is Vusi Pailane, council member. I'm grateful to be part of this session. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Good morning, my great president and advocate, Dr. Fiduli, our registrar, and my colleague, Councillor Vusi Pailani, and most importantly, our awesome guests of honor, our youth in the architectural space. Thank you for joining us in this cold morning. And today is your day, and I am Vice President of Ccap. My name is Lethabisa Shongwe, and I'm an architect, and I'm a council member. So welcome, thank you.
Thank you, Registrar. Greetings, press, VP, and other council members. My name is Mandisa Pepeta, architectural practitioner based in KZN, council member at Ccap. I will support in the first hour, and then it's good to be here. Thank you. Back to you, Registrar.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me introduce myself. My name is Charles Ndogo. I am the president of Ccap. I'm a qualified architect and a qualified urban designer practicing at the moment. And I'm looking forward to interact with all of you, my colleagues, councillors, registrar, and the staff, and the student, and everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President.
I think the floor is yours to welcome and
okay.
so that
all right.
we can, yeah.
Thank you very much for this opportunity.
My
yes.
My president, we can't see your face.
Can you see my face?
If you can tilt your screen just a little bit. We can't see the top part of your good head. Yes. There we go. Thank you. Yes, thanks.
I don't see myself. I usually see myself, but I don't see myself. Now let me apologize for the echo. I'm in a bigger room. Yes, in Victoria. I would like to welcome all of you. This is such a special day, to have today, because it is critical to actually know, as Ccap, a regulator, as the students are actually studying, what is impacting them negatively and positively, that as Ccap we can assist, the students to try and find their way through the education, because what is important, we want to see them graduate, so that we can have more architects. And secondly, I mean, we know it is very difficult. I know I still remember my student days, where you always have challenges as students, either in the lectures, or you always complain. Maybe you complain you have not received the marks that you thought you were supposed to receive, and how do you voice your unhappiness without being victimized after that? How do you create that sort of relationship between the lecturers and the students, and how do you protect students from victimization if they complain, if they see something that they are not happy about? And I think I can count so many issues that as a student you face, but unfortunately you're not aware, you are unable to actually vent or voice out your unhappiness or your uncomfortness if you're not comfortable. I think this platform is here, we're creating this relationship with the students to try and be the space, to create a space and open a space for engagement, with regards to those issues that you guys are having at varsity, whether they're positive or negative. I've seen, issues where, students are needing support, from either the architects that are practicing or anyone who has a background, because if you get the support that you're supposed to be getting, I think the playing fields will be leveled, because not all of the students are coming from good background, or maybe with the families with one or two members that are having degrees in the built environment profession. So it is very difficult for students to actually get that kind of a support. There are those ones that are privileged enough to have the support from their families that are involved in the built environment space. So we are trying to assist wherever we can, Ccap, so that at least those that are not getting enough support, maybe we can give that support, and then we must just find out how do we start creating that relationship during the study period, and also when you graduate, when you have started or you've been lucky enough to get employed in a firm where now you are in intern, you're doing internship or in service training. There are issues that you actually need the support, outside the work environment. So I think this is the relationship that Ccap is trying to create between the student and with the students during their studies, and also when they start working. And because we want to see to it that the students qualify, and after they've qualified, do get jobs, and then after getting jobs, are they getting proper training? What can we do as Ccap to assist? So I just wanted to lay down those sentiments, and to try and open up, this webinar, which is supposed to actually create that, or start or trigger that kind of relationship between Ccap and students, because it is very critical that you guys are having a peaceful study. It's never easy though. I must make it. It's never easy to study, but at least you get the support that you need. Yeah. With those words, I would like to welcome everyone to feel free to participate and say whatever you want to say. Thank you very much. Well, I don't know. I'm still quiet. I don't know whether.
I'm right
the
here.
Vice President, yeah.
Yes, I'm right here.
Yeah.
Yes, I just lost my screen with the agenda, but I know that I'm thankful for your words, and it's always lovely to have you and to open our sessions and our webinars. These are very important people. The youth tomorrow of the architectural profession are important. They are co-participants, they are collaborators, they will be staff, as well as there'll be associates and directors in some of our firms with us. And I thank you for that, Pris. And next, I would like our good and honorable advocate, Toto Fiduli. He is the registrar of the South African Council of the Architectural Profession, and he's a legal man, but he's very sensitive to the architectural space. We made sure that we should educate him, and he's also very well read about this, and he's going to take the platform now. Thank you, Retoto.
Thank you very much, Vice President. Let me welcome all the students and the candidates and the panel, and also thank the President for that opening. I think the President has summarized the purpose of the day very nicely, and I don't want to repeat what he said. And basically, in a nutshell, what we seek to do as Ccap is to build a relationship with the students from the time that they graduate and from the time that they register as candidates. We must have a relationship to make sure that we all work together for the development and advancement of the architectural profession. And that's why we thought that this day is important for us to be able to collaborate. Let's understand what are the challenges that students face at Architectural Learning Site. What are the challenges, and let's find ways and to solve those problems. What are the challenges that students face during mentorship? What is it that Ccap can assist with so that your students' days and your candidature days are smooth? And we are available as a regulator to assist you to advance. And that's why today we want to talk to you frankly and openly. Those are my few words, Vice President. I'll hand over to you. I'm just hoping that we'll have frank conversations today and get more information from all the stakeholders. Thank you very much, Vice President.
Okay. Thank you, Retoto. Okay, there we go. My video was frozen there. Thank you for that. Our next item is about yourselves, the students. I'd like you to all talk freely. We are here for you. We took out days in this day out in our calendar just so that we can get to hear what you've got to say about the challenges that you are experiencing at the ALS, which are the architectural learning sites. So I'd like you to speak freely, but at the same time, you can also talk about the things that you like. But I think what's important is to feel at home. You're amongst colleagues. We have all traveled this route similarly to yourselves, and also maybe not exactly like yourselves, like the president has said. So please do take the platform. So I don't see any hands up, but on the agenda, the first name is Liam Harvey. So I'm going to grab that name. Liam, go for it.
Cool, thank you so much. Yeah, I'd just like to begin with saying thank you for having me this morning to Ccap and President Duku, Vice President Shongwe, and Advocate Fiduli for introducing us and organizing this. This is a really awesome opportunity to share some of our thoughts and the problems that we face at the moment. So I'm just going to share my screen. I've got a small presentation that I've put together just as some prompts. Cool. Can everyone see that?
Yes, we can see.
Yes,
We can see.
Awesome, thank you. Cool. So yeah, I'm going to be speaking about some of the problems faced at architectural learning sites in South Africa. And so some background on me, I am from Johannesburg. I did my undergraduate between 2018 and 2020 at Wits. Then I did a year of work experience in Cape Town in Fishhook at a small firm of 2 people. And then now I'm halfway through my BAS honors at UCT. Let's go next slide. So the problem and challenge that I chose to kind of speak about is the lack of connection between current students and individuals in the architectural industry, especially with a focus on undergraduate students. So going through undergrad and not really having a good connection with current practicing professionals and recent graduates means that when one graduates and needs to go and do their year of work experience in order to continue their studies or continue going on as an architectural technologist, there's not much understanding of how firms operate, how one is expected to operate within a firm, as well as how firms should be treating their architectural technologists, and kind of how the world of work really operates. And I think what can improve this is creating more networks between students, recent graduates, and seasoned professionals that work to create more relationships to make students clear to what is required of them as interns, as well as soon to be candidates, as well as kind of keeping the industry in check, that the industry isn't requiring too much of students and requiring far too much overtime or poor labor practices and stuff like that. But yeah, keeping a balance between that, and also reducing the amount of time that students have to spend looking for positions in firms, in internships and candidateships, and making sure that kind of is streamlined, but driving those connections through student organizations such as the National Architectural Students Forum, and kind of pulling on the networks that students that have undertaken internships or have started candidateships, pulling on those networks and bringing them back into the university and academia, so that current students and recent graduates can remain connected, as well as seasoned professionals can continue to have an influence on current students. And so this kind of opens up the idea of mentorship across how I've divided kind of the 3 layers of our profession as the student, recent graduate, and seasoned professionals. But I don't see it as a type of mentorship that's one way, that students receive mentorship from graduates or professionals, but it's kind of both ways, that everyone stands to gain from these type of relationships, that students stand to gain work opportunities as well as a knowledge of how practice operates. Graduates stand to gain experience as a mentor and learn what that requires of them, as well as continued access to the student colleague network. And that comes in the form of social relationships as well as professional relationships. And then as a seasoned professional, having access to students that are looking for employment when their firm is looking for employment, or people within their network are looking for people to employ, as well as kind of instilling into the university and academia how they approach practice and the creative ways that they've gone about being an architect or working in the built environment, as well as making sure that their input to the architectural environment and the built environment is still keeping up with the youth, and the new ways of architectural design and practice are kind of instilled into their practice. So I see this as kind of an opportunity to relink architectural students across the board with professionals and recent graduates. And I think this will just create a better community between us all, and allow for a lot of the problems that I've come across with myself, as well as with interaction with people in my classes in undergrad as well as postgrad, that there seems to be an imbalance between those that employ and those that are being employed, and how one is treated or how one is able to express that they're being treated poorly, or struggles with employment, or simply finding the places to apply or how to apply. So I think creating these relationships through organizations such as Ccap and the NASF are really important, so that everyone just has a easier time at getting to the point that they can practice what they love, which is architecture, design, urbanism, urban design, and all those things that we study for a long time and really do love and enjoy, and want to practice. Yeah, so that's my input. Yeah, and just the quote that was added to the purpose of today was promoting sustainable livelihood and resilience of young people for a better tomorrow. And I think creating these relationships that whilst you're a student, you have a relationship with graduates as well as professionals. And then when you move on up into those positions, you feed back and make more relationships with current students. So I think it's a way of forming more of a community that allows us to practice architecture better, more equitably, and make it more accessible for everyone. And yeah, cool. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks. Thank you, Liam, for expressing your points. I think one of the pertinent things that I picked up is that you're wishing to have a connective mode between when you are a graduate as well as in getting employment and connecting with professionals. I think you know, some of your points are very, very pertinent. I mean, there's a lot that is unknown. I know when we started working, we knew nothing. You just knew nothing, and you just kept making mistakes, and you're just thankful that they keep keeping you. But also part of learning are those mistakes. But I do understand that the youth now is wanting to have information. My good Councillor Mandisa, I don't know if you want to say anything there. I'd like you to say a word or two regarding what he has said. And then thereafter, we can give anybody else on the panel to comment.
Thank you, VP. Thank you, Liam. My comment is on the points that he raised about the relationship that needs to exist between the students and Ccap, and how that information needs to be disseminated back to the students. Because when we were students during our time, you found that the information was not readily available on what the industry was about. You were only relying on the institution of learning where you've been, but there needs to be a global view in terms of the students, the industry, the relationships that exist within the architectural industry and other disciplines that affect the work that we do, the projects that we do. So it is important that in terms of sustainability, all those need to work together. So that is the points that I got from the presentation from Liam, that there needs to be a more consistent relationship, communication, and information available for those who are still in the learning phase and those who are already in the working environment, and the regulators and the institutions that govern our industry. So I appreciated the presentation a lot, VP, but also for our young people to come forth on this day, it is meaningful to us as Ccap, and we'll continue to grow that relationship. Thank you so much.
Cool. Thank you.
Fantastic. Yeah, no, thanks, Liam, and thank you, Councillor Mandisa. And I would like, we have Ntando and we have Sisenati, and we have Palisa. So please go ahead, guys. Just take it. Go on and speak. Yes, sir.
Just before Ntando comes in, I just want to make a few comments coming from the presentation by Liam. I think he raises critical points, and I think as Ccap, then we have to make sure that we create these networks so that there's more information flowing through. I know that we had created a student chapter where we wanted students to be able to engage directly with Ccap and have more information. And perhaps Kimberly, you are here, no? I think Kimberly is here.
Registrar, yes, I am.
Yes, you're leading that student chapter thing. Maybe let's give more information to the students so that they can be able to come forward and participate, so that we can create these networks that are going to help going forward. Thank you.
Yes, most definitely. So from the education unit at Ccap, we do value the youth and our graduates. So what we've done is on our website, we have created a student chapter. So what that is there is for all the students, all the NASF, to kind of direct information through all your student colleagues and everything. Just if they're interested, if they've done a project or whatever, they send it to us. We can ensure that we can actually just put it onto the website. So it's information sharing between all the different architectural learning sites for the students, so that they'll have information available to them. They know what's going on within the profession. And what we would actually like to do, and we have been discussing it internally with our registrar advocate Toto, is that we include the NASF with the actual voluntary associations, because those are our professional bodies as well, where you'll have direct contact with the profession, and then you'll see exactly what is needed within the workplace. you guys can decide that maybe if you would like to organize an actual visit to your university, we can organize through Ccap that a few of the VAs, the professional bodies, as well as architectural firms come through and discuss and have an open discussion where everybody can ask their questions. We can just start that open communication for the students. Because in the past it has been difficult. We've always gone through the actual, if I can say, the heads of the schools, but we would like to include the heads with the students, if I can say that, but directly be in contact with the students, so as to have a better understanding, and just so that the students can actually feel, and the candidates, they feel that they can come straight to Ccap with their problems. We are trying to actually place candidates at the moment with mentors. We have lists of mentors, so if they are battling, they know that they can come to Ccap. We will try to actually place them in the different areas. Thank you.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Thank you. That's awesome. Thank you.
No, thank you, Ms. Kim, and thanks for raising that. Yes, those are platforms that are existing in Ccap that have been created. And I think as part of enhancing these connectivities on a legislative and a national platform, there's Ccap, as well as on a local platform, there are the voluntary associations. Now there's a difference between the voluntary association and then there's Ccap. Just in simple terms, let's see it as voluntary associations, like a social club, you could say, and then Ccap is like a legal club. Now you'll find your voluntary associations are present in the provinces. Some of them are too. So those are even more on a more intimate scale. Try to get yourself connected in that space, while at the same time looking forward to getting registered with Ccap as a student and remaining linked within the profession. And that's how you actually start to have a streamline of information starting to filter back at you. And Liam said something quite lovely at the beginning when he said he worked for a two-person practice. And I think I would like to remind and impart our youthful colleagues here is that even a one-person practice is a practice. And I know that it's very enticing to want to work for the big prestigious firms, but we've got to always remember that the important thing is to get you through candidacy. And getting through candidacy, you can get the biggest amount of experience even from a one-person practice. In fact, I think that's where you get a lot of exposure. You learn how to pick up the phone and how to have phone etiquette. Believe me, that is a big thing. I came into a practice and I realized, what do you say over the phone? But that's a life skill. At the same time, you learn how to put your fingers in each and every single part of a project, how to sit with the client, what happens when you go to site, how to issue drawings, how to draw a window, how to design a small apartment, as well as how to do a big school. So all practices are relevant. So you could be finding that you're looking for a job and you're looking very far. And meanwhile, down your street, there is a Miss So-and-so or Mr. So-and-so, and everybody knows them that they are a registered professional or registered architect or registered architectural technologist, and you can go and get your mentorship from them. Yes, and if is anything else that anybody wants to say about those points before we can ask the next speaker. Yes, Liam.
Oh yeah, great. Thanks, Vice President. Yeah, that's a point that I think I maybe didn't elaborate on enough. Is exactly that's the purpose I feel would be great with the network. Is that I think there's so many opportunities that when people in the internship or in their candidacy and they're leaving a small firm, because the firm is so small, they don't have much of a network to advertise that there's a position open. So if there's a student network which all recent candidates and or recent interns are part of, they can advertise on that for people looking for a job. So I think, yeah, just tying us all back together when we go our separate ways from our institutions or from candidacy or wherever it is, just keeping us all tied together so that we continue the cycle of like community, of making sure everyone is informed of their opportunities and everything like that, I think will be really useful for the betterment of our profession. Cool. Thank you very much.
All right. No, thanks. We have a hand here from Akil Naika. Yes, if I remember, Akil is a lecturer. Yes. How are you? And welcome.
Oh, okay, cool, great. Good morning, everyone. Nice to have you all here. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to be here as well, to Ccap and to Koza as well. Liam, I just want to mention on your points, I think were very prominent points, and I'm going to address you on two of those points very quickly. I'm Akil, I am a lecturer. I'm also the program coordinator at CAP for All, Institute of Applied Architecture. And I was also part of this youth webinar last year when we had it. And the same queries that you'd raised, we actually had raised last year as well. And so I would say that we have about half a solution to your problem. And so that half of the solution is that Papama and myself last year, who were part of this, this very awesome webinar, together founded what you might call the SIAP, or the South African Young Architectural Professionals Network. And we had, in discussion with Ccap, spoken about ways to solve this problem. And this year, we actually had a little bit of a running on the program to see how it worked. We had about 10 months in pilot stage. And so we're looking to expand a bit more now, but I'll come to that a bit later. So I'm going to mention that there is a portion of a solution which Ccap has assisted us with greatly in putting us into contact with the right people. And so it's actually now that the platform exists, it's the responsibility of the students and the candidates to take it forward. And so I think there does definitely need to be a relationship between the student body and the Young Professionals Network. In fact, there could be one and the same thing as well. So I just want to mention to you that as well, and to all of the students that are here, generally we are in an age of unprecedented connection. We were never connected to this degree before. The tools that are available and that are freely available to us is massive and impressive. And for us to not jump onto this opportunity is actually a shame if we haven't created these networks in the next few years' time, or at least even within this year, because there's so much of opportunity for us not only to find work, but to also reach out to someone who's not senior as a mentor. But as I mentioned, I'll discuss this part in my presentation a bit later on. But I just want to mention, Liam, that I think all of the points you raised are valid between all students and all institutions. And they are also going to be addressed, I feel, and that's one of the reasons why Ccap is having these webinars, so that students can be heard and something can be done about it. It's one thing to be heard, but it's another thing to have action responded as well. And I think that's what these are doing. So yes, thank you. I'm looking forward to hearing all of the panelists and the attendees. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Akil, for coming in and talking about that, because that's clearly showing that there was some progress from the last time when the youth came together and they spoke. So now, as you see, what Akil Naika is saying, that he came together with another youth and practitioner, and they decided to do something in creating these networks for the students. I would like our next speaker to be a female on the decks now, so I make the decisions. I'm gonna jump, so I'd like maybe Palesa to come through and to say something. Palesa Molopiani. Oh, she's also from UCT, so it's Liam as well as Palesa.
Yeah, Palesa's just messaged me. She's having difficulty connecting. I'm going to try send her the link again, okay. But I'll let you know what she says.
Okay, no, that's fine. Thanks. Yes, keep trying there. And then can I have then Dando from the University of Johannesburg.
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Tando.
I'm just going to share my screen quickly. Okay, hope everyone can see the screen. So I will be continuing on the topic, challenges faced by students at architectural learning sites. I am a third-year student, so what I'm speaking about is what I'm seeing in undergraduate at the University of Johannesburg. And I feel like it's important for me to first begin by speaking on the effect that COVID has had on us as students. So in 2020, life as we knew it came to a complete standstill when we were faced with the COVID-19 pandemic. And in South Africa, our 21-day lockdown soon turned into months, confining everyone to their homes. And as a first-year student, being in a new environment, surrounded by different people and having to grasp an entirely new course was extremely daunting for many of us. And only after a month of contact classes, we were forced to move online. And having to navigate through the course at home was completely difficult. It was a very big challenge for us. And as much as the lecturers and all schools made their best efforts to adapt and successfully get all students through the academic year, there was still a fundamental gap in our experience as architectural students, and that being of the positive studio culture and the opportunity to exchange ideas and ways of expressions among fellow students, and having access to studio spaces where we could work comfortably and learn from one another was something which we found was missing in our experience over the past few years, as well as the ability to critically assess one another's work in a respectful yet beneficial manner. Nonetheless, as restrictions were eased, students were able to return to the studio. However, certain restrictions still remain, and that being of not having 24-hour access to studio spaces and computer labs, one of the challenges faced by many students, because many don't have the adequate laptops to effectively use all the softwares required to complete our assignments. And while some may believe that having this unlimited access to studio promotes the idea that students need to work throughout the night to complete their assignments, and then end up failing to maintain a balance between their social and academic lives, we do need to remember that students are the ones who determine their working hours and understand which hours they're most productive in. So many feel that still having that option to be able to work among their peers in a space designed for their needs would benefit them greatly. In addition to being taught through online platforms, students have felt that it was more difficult to grasp the content and keep up with the ever-growing workload. Schooling online also meant that the opportunity to visit construction sites and get a clearer understanding of the construction process was missed. And these opportunities have definitely left a gap in our understanding, and many students feel that they've been put at a disadvantage, as beginning to bridge this gap seemed like an impossible task, especially without the support of our lecturers. The next point I'd like to speak on briefly is the financial strain that studying architecture actually does have on students. Many students actually rely on external funding to pay for their fees and often receive a small allowance, which is never really enough to cover their daily expenses, such as food, toiletries, and transport, while still covering the costs of printing assignments or buying materials needed for model making. And thus, these additional costs of architecture school is something that many students feel unprepared for, and this often leads to additional stress during their course of study. The last point I'd like to speak on would be that of the mental health of students. The pressure and stress of having to meet these deadlines for various modules is something that we all struggle with, and spending hours and hours staring at computer screens and making models and constantly having to question yourself leads to physical and mental exhaustion, which often takes time to recover from. And this at times does lead to burnout, which prevents us from reaching our goals at our full potential. And having to deal with this pressure from both our personal and academic lives, we often find ourselves extremely demotivated and unwilling to continue. However, Due to circumstances beyond our control, the past 2 years have been extremely challenging for both educators and learners. And while I can't speak on behalf of faculty members, I can say that the toll it has taken on students mentally is a matter which cannot be disregarded. And I commend all students who have been able to make it through their studies until this point. However, we are still in great need of support from our lecturers and tutors to properly equip us for the world of work, to help us navigate through the profession and build up confidence in ourselves and our role as spatial designers. As students, it does become extremely difficult to feel part of a community when there's a disconnect between us and those we are meant to learn from. And this makes students hesitant to speak up on issues that need to be addressed, and it creates an apathetic attitude towards our studies. Thus, building healthy relationships between lecturers and students in which our problems can be heard and solutions can be found is really essential. I'm sure that many of us can agree that in the 3 to 4 years that we spend in undergraduate studies of architecture, we're exposed to a vast amount of content, which at times can be overwhelming for us to grasp before continuing to postgraduate studies or going on to work in professional firms. And the technical skills needed to be efficient architects cannot be taught to the full extent within a period of 6 months to a year. And because of this, students often feel unprepared and unconfident, not confident enough to pursue the next step in their careers. And having spoken to past and present architecture students, many face similar challenges to these and more. And most times I felt like these matters have not been addressed with with appropriate care and urgency. Just to conclude, I do feel and I believe that the way architecture is taught and the experience that students are given at these architectural learning sites will always have room for improvement. And this will definitely determine how far students are able to make it successfully in the architectural profession. But nonetheless, we are very grateful to have been given this platform to address these challenges. And we hope that this allows us to find a way forward. Thank you.
Dando, thank you for that heartfelt and real expression of what you are going through. I think maybe I can check. Councillor Vusi Palani, would you like to say something about what Dando?
Yes, thank you, Vice President. Am I audible?
Absolutely, yeah?
Yes, the comments mentioned by Ndando earlier are all very pertinent, especially the issue of the financial strain. The challenges she's posed here are very important for us to understand, because as Ccap, we value the youth, especially architectural students. It's important we understand your challenges you are facing at architectural learning sites, especially coupled with COVID, so that we create better offerings for our students. The presentation by Ntando was very relevant because she mentioned financial strains and other challenges which affect the youth, and these aren't new. In fact, most of us architects, especially those previously marginalized, we go through the same predicaments and challenges, and it's difficult. So I really appreciate the presentation, Dando. As Ccap, we value your offering or the challenges you've gone through, so that we can best understand how students are performing at architectural learning sites. So thank you, and I hope during this session we are able to also find ways to deal with some of these challenges as you've pointed out earlier? Thank you, Vice President.
Thank you, my good Councillor Busi. Yeah, you know, Ntando, when it comes to, I think in your presentation, you mentioned something about, you know, the studio spaces and, you know, the continuous working in the studio spaces and more conducive environments. One of the things that Ccap's duties is to validate, as part of validating the universities, meaning they're checking if they're actually teaching you what you should be learning. Part of that is that they also check the premises, and we comment on the premises, and we appreciate where we see a university actually implementing things like microwaves and resting spaces and shower spaces and fridges and, you know, places to be able to just put your feet up or to take a nap. So we are very vigorous about that, because we know from in our study days that you find that it just becomes a blur between your place and the studio. So this is part of Ccap's duties, that we're very concerned with that environment. And if you see improvements happening within your departments and, you know, it's becoming more livable or conducive and plug points for your coffees and things like that, you should know that at the same time, it all feeds back to what Ccap wants. And it is about conducive and supportive learning spaces. And then, yes, I made a point here. You mentioned mental health. You know, the item about mental health is very, very serious. It's exceptionally serious because these things, they happen. You find a student is just really not coping, or you thought a student is coping and only to find out that no, this person has had depression. I mean, I will speak openly about this because I don't think we need to hide we gotta hide these things. In fourth year, I also had depression, and I had moments when I was like, you know how I realized that something is not right? I had moments where I had exceptional joy, and I'm like, wow, it's so awesome going to school. Look at the jacaranda trees on the way to Pretoria. Back it was Pretoria Technical, and now it's TUT. And on your way there, you see these jacaranda trees. And then later on in the day, I just have this exceptional sadness, and I'm just crying. And I'm crying, and I don't even know why. And I in my room back at Res, I want to close my windows and my curtains, and I was liking to be in the darkness, and I just didn't know what was going on. But what helped is to cry out. You have to cry out. You have to cry out to somebody, to a lecturer or other students, or even to your family. You just have to cry out, and they'll ask you what's wrong. You'll say, I don't know, but I'm not fine. I'm not fine, and I'm not fine. And gosh, depression is so healable. It's so healable. You know, they'll give you some of those tablets, you'll pop them a bit and keep popping them. And then in 6 months' time, you are hundreds. So you just got to stay the course. And while I'm busy popping these pills, I was still carrying on doing school, and I still managed to pass. So we have to not succumb to these mental issues. They come up, and it's unfortunate when it does, but also at the same time, while we're doing our studies and we're going through the heavy load of architecture, we got to find ways to keep mentally fit, be it exercise or yoga or taking walks. I don't know, you know, try to plug into something, but the most important thing is to cry out. You know, in Sotho, there's a saying that says, "Ngwana o sa leng o swela tharing," meaning A child, the baby that doesn't cry will actually die in the back carrier, the back sling. So it's like the greasy wheel gets the oil. And yes, architecture is not easy. I think lecturers have tried to think, how can they make it easy for students in order for you not to go through possible exceptional sadness. Unfortunately, it's hard now, because in practice is going to do this to you. It's going to pull you this way, it's going to pull you that way. And that's just how it is. It's impossible to have an easy ride in practice, but your foundation years in university, they actually do make it easier for a little later. And you know, Dando, you also said, you mentioned schooling online as a first year. And I think, we never actually thought about that, because when we talk in these webinar platforms and we're talking about COVID, we've encountered where it's students in third year or fourth year and COVID interrupted, or it's students in their master's year and there was an interruption. But you know, it never came to me that there's the student who was first year during the time of COVID, and that must have been like horror, because you, in your mind, you always thought that I'm going to leave home and I'm going to go to school, and here you are, no, you have to sit at home and you got to be doing this thing online, and apparently you are plugged in as part of a class. And I think we can only empathize on how exceptionally tough that might have been, because your first year of experience, the first year of schooling, is supposed to be immersed into the schooling campus. But one thing that I have learned is that some of these strange things that throw curves in your direction, they tend to help you later in becoming a better practitioner. But I can tell you that Ccap, as a creator of legislation, we are very vigorous in trying to influence the schools of learning into trying to be better and more conducive and more connecting with yourself. I would like, if there's any other, maybe President, if you're still there, I'd like you to maybe make a comment here on what Ntando was saying about how tough it is to be going through the studies of architecture. Maybe before President, Advocate Dr. Fiduli has his hand up. Yes, Advocate.
Yes, VP. The President is logged out.
Okay.
He will log on as soon as he can. But I think there's 2 points I wanted to speak on coming from Ntando's presentation. The first one was the issue of the financial strain. And I'm sure this would apply particularly to those who may not be able to comply with the requirements of NEFSAS. And we are aware of that at Ccap, that there are those challenges. And that's why with small funding that we do have a bursary, but I know that it's quite limited. So obviously from our side, we need to go and try and source more funding so that we can assist the students who are struggling to cover, cost of textbooks and all our materials that comes at the high price. So that point is well noted, and we will definitely do something about it going forward at Ccap. And the second point is on the point of the mental health. I think this is a very critical point, because from your submission is that you said that there is a disconnect between the university, the lecturers, and the students, and I think we think that is important for the university to look at, to make sure that there's that continuous connection between the lecturers and the students, so that information can be shared and so that students can learn. And I think perhaps what we need to do as Ccap as well is to make sure that then we link up the students with the mentors. There are practices that are led by reputable professionals that should be available then to mentor students and walk with them through this tough journey of getting a qualification. But I think the issue of disconnect at universities, we are actually looking into it. Whenever we are going to validate any university, These are issues that we are going to raise with them, and then we are going to expect them to address these issues and indicate to us how they're going to address them, and they must give us solution so that we are able to make sure that you learn in a good environment where you're properly supported. So those points are critical. We've taken note of them. Thank you very much, Ntando. Thank you, VP.
Yes, no, thanks, Advocate, for dropping in there. There is a comment here in the panel that I'm going to read. It's from Lyndon Days. It says, thanks for the opportunity. I'm a first year architectural technology student at the Institute of Excellence in Midrand, and this is the challenge. Access to sites to do your construction journal, as developers are not very welcoming to students, even if they're having a letter from their HOD. So this seems like it's maybe like a class project that they need to create a journal about construction, and they should go and find a site and walk onto the site and hang around there and put their project together. And it says, I suggested to the student support that the institution should make relation agreements with certain developers that allow students access to site. So Advocate Fiduli, this is something that is coming from a learner. Yes, his first year, and maybe it could be also a learner in second year or third year, where they see this building going up, and you can imagine how exciting it is as a learner. You're just like, I want to just get there. If I can just put my feet there and walk around and get to see what they're doing, because yes, maybe it's part of what our school wants me to do, or maybe they just want to go there. And they're saying that these developers are saying, no, you're not allowed, don't come in. I don't know whether maybe the developers are doing something untoward or however, but so he is suggesting that could there be maybe like some type of an agreement, a piece of paper drawn up that I so-and-so won't do anything funny, I won't do this and I won't do this. And then they're able to present this to the developer, and that maybe Ccap says, yes, we encourage our learners to get exposure, even though Ccap may have to disclaim themselves and indemnify. Yeah, could there be something like that, Retoto?
Yeah, I think
not in our space. Yes.
No, well, Chair, I think we'll have to do our best to assist our students.
Yeah.
And I think it's something that we can do. I mean, I know that there's an association for developers. We could actually start a relationship with them so that we're able to work together and address issues like this, so that if students want to do experiment practicals, we know that we have a relationship with them and students can access sites without difficulties. So it's something that I'm taking note of, and we'll explore and engage further for VPP.
No, I think that's a very lovely comment coming from Lyndon, and he or she is a first year. So that's very bright. And another thing that he said here, or she said, that I think might be that might be relevant to other people. It says, I have a mentor that does not teach me anything, but claims CPD points for training me on a monthly basis. How can I report this mentor? His attitude is that he was not assisted by anyone when he studied, and I will not, and he says, I will not go into other things, comments on him. So Lyndon is being nice there by not slurring and talking bad, but we have a situation of a mentor here that is not doing what they're meant to be doing. Can you comment on that, Retoto?
Well, Chair, I think the best approach is to deal with that issue outside of this forum.
Okay.
I think the complaint can be brought to us. We will have an engagement with the mentor, separate from the program. But we appreciate the comment. Thank you.
Okay. No, that's great. You see, because at the end of the day, Lyndon, we also still want to be able to maintain good rapport with your mentor and for you. So right through so that if Ccap engages, they engage in a more productive way that is also not going to have you thrown out into the cold. But also you're allowed to change mentors if you do get another offering somewhere. We are always, in the same way as you choosing us, in the same way as we choosing you, you are also choosing us. Okay, I think I would like maybe Palesa Molupiani from UCT to show her face and to tell us some things.
Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to do that. Let me just share my screen.
Good morning, Pale, and welcome.
Thank you. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, I can see the screen.
No.
I can see it as well.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So my name is Palesa Molopiani. I'm from Pretoria and I go to the University of Cape Town. I'm currently doing my honors degree in architecture. So currently on the screen, I just created a short timeline of my journey in architecture. I first started my undergrad in 2017 and graduated in the year 2020 at the University of Cape Town. And then in 2021 did my internship. And then currently pursuing honors with hopes to do my master's next year as well at the University of Cape Town. And then later pursue to be registered as a candidate architect. So for today, I would just like to share a few of the challenges that I have faced in my journey and as well as other students, as well as a lot of the challenges that students face during the internship year. And firstly, it's with the Ccap registration process. So a lot of what has been mentioned by a lot of students is that the information is there about, the registration processes, the cost and benefits of registering, but there's often a disconnect between what students understand, what they read, and the engagement of the information. So what I've just mentioned on my presentation is maybe if there could be annual workshops for undergrad and postgrad, especially mostly for the first years, because a lot of the Ccap information they read from the websites, and then they have a lot of information of which they are not clearly answered. So maybe if we can have less of the passive relationship between students and Ccap and more of an integrated one through workshops and integrated participation systems that students can be involved in, as well as a sustainable resource system that maybe students can constantly refer to from the first year level all the way to, being young professionals to better understand the processes, the costs, the benefits, and also to be able to know that when we have complaints about our mentors or things that are happening in school, how do we get easy access to Ccap facilities? And then the second point that I've brought up is the requirement to have a practical experience in order to get into honors and masters. I know that recently a lot of the institutions have changed that requirement a bit because of COVID and also students not being able to get employment. But I do think that there has been a bit of a problem with this requirement because a lot of the students don't get the valuable experience that, that 1 year gives when you're doing your internship. So to maybe find systems or a placement system that Ccap can integrate these students into practices that are firstly registered and would be of great experience. So a lot of students are often left stranded, and I've seen that happen a lot during the year 2020, where there weren't a lot of jobs and also students were working from home and studying from home. But there was this eagerness, this hunger to be part of a firm or a practice where students can learn more about the practice. So yeah, these are just the 2 points that I thought were important to bring about during the session, to basically engage, to basically have a relationship with Ccap that is not passive, where we have this information that's on the site, but more of, maybe being more actively involved with university students. Yeah, thank you. That's about it from me.
Okay, Bale, thanks for your points. I liked when you said that there should be workshops for undergrads and workshops for postgrads. I really like that, because I could imagine different groupings do need to hear different information. Information for postgrad means nothing for a first and a second year students, as well as a sustainable resource type of a platform and a placement system. And as you're talking about placement, clearly it's always a challenge about work and getting into work and how to get work. I think I am going to maybe throw this question back to some of my practitioner colleagues. Where are they? Is Councillor Mandisa still with us? Maybe let's start with Councillor Vusi. Councillor Vusi, can you tell us how you got your first job? Yes, how did you get your first job, Councillor Vusi?
Yeah. Thank you, Vice President. It was very challenging because for me, having to study at Wits University. So firstly, my parents were not working, well. My mom was a domestic worker and my dad worked for Corbrick. So there wasn't much money coming from home. And during school holidays, I would look for part-time jobs at various offices. And that's how it started. I got into Ccap during my year out. I saw an advert at Wits. One of the notice boards had a job offer. And that's how I joined Ccap. But prior to that, during my part-time holiday work, I would work for Ntate Betty Morojele. I would build models for him, models of Cradle of Humankind, whilst they were still designing. And yeah, so that's how I learned and got into being mentored in an architectural practice. So the issue of financial strain, it's a reoccurring theme, and we are well aware of it. So yeah, architecture isn't easy. Yeah, so that's how I got into my mentorship program, Vice President. Thank you.
Yeah. No, thank you, and I'm glad to have learned that about you. I mean, we've been around each other for years, but I didn't know some of these aspects of your background. So thank you for sharing those honest stories. So as you hear with what Vusi is saying, he's saying that any opportunity that he got during school holidays, he would throw himself in. I think I will talk about how I got my first job. I think I could call it was a SIA, my first, you could say, serious job, though it is, I was going to work for like 3 days a week because I was carrying some subjects, a subject. But nonetheless, I drove past, it was in a residential area, but it was in Parkhurst. And I went past there and I see a sign and it said something architects, 4DA architects. And I was like, what? My people. I think I was in third year. And I think it's during those years that every time when you're in your first year, maybe from first year up until maybe fourth year or something, every time you see the word what architect, you're like, whoa, my people. So I went there and I just knocked on the door and they looked at me like, okay, in a strange way, how can we help you? Well, I'm looking for a job. I would like to work here. And they were taken aback, but I couldn't care less. And I said, I will see you again tomorrow and I'll come with my portfolio. And then another job that I once found was really coming and encountering a sign that says architects that way, and I go and I knock on the door and I'm like, yes, I'm here. This is my portfolio. Yes, and I would bring my big sheets, not memory sticks. And I would open it out and explain this. And you know what I came to realize is that when you are engaging someone like that with your big drawings on the floor and you're flipping them over, they start to see the person behind this work, the person in front of them. And a lot of times you find that even if they don't have an opening, you remain at the back of their mind and you remain memorable. And then you find that they call you again and they're like, hey, Palisa, you know, well, right now we don't have the budget for you, but man, we really liked you. I really liked you, and I'd like you to come through. I think we can create an opening for you. So that's also another way of getting your feet in through the door. You have your hand again up, Palisa. Can you go on?
Yes, thank you. I think another thing that I wanted to mention is that because the internship year has been emphasized as such as an important thing to help you in postgrad, I think it would be very important that Ccap and also learning institutions see how students actually can get work or some experience, because it's almost like you left for that year to, you know, figure yourself out and then find a way to still get back into institutions. And what happens is that I think with what we've experienced at UCT, that you find that a lot of the students, their parents, families are architects and engineers. So they often have people that they can connect to speak to, get to jobs. And then there are kids who are coming from, you know, Mamelodi, Soshanguve, and places like that. I'm not saying that, you know, architects there, but, you know, they don't often have access to, say, they can go to Rosebank and find a job. So it's just being able to find proper placement systems to say, if someone is like me from Mamanskral and, you know, for that year they expected to get experience, where do these people go, you know? And you often found that maybe they can tell you the nearest architecture firm is in Pretoria or in Joburg. And now there's this huge gap on how do I find myself moving from Mamanskral to, you know, another place in order to get this work experience. So I think it's very important that if it's emphasized to be an important part of an architectural process, that there must be a thought through process on how do we actually get these students to be getting this valuable experience.
Yeah. Wow, Palisa, you actually are saying something very pertinent, because Hammanskraal is in Pretoria and I live in Pretoria, and I'm thinking, yeah, no, you know, you can shout across this way, but actually it's quite a distance. It's quite a distance. It's almost a distance of going here to Johannesburg, I think. So you're right. Sure, we need. Also, I think it goes back to also information about who is in your neighborhoods, which practitioner, who are they, who's in your neighborhood. You know, I know, and especially now, look, back then we were safe. We just threw ourselves at any door, knock, knock, so I just need a job. And they're like, come inside, have coffee. But now you guys are also living in times where life is unsafe and you can't necessarily just go throwing yourself at somebody's door. So yeah, I think that raises an interesting project of who is in my neighborhood, who is a practitioner in my space, and I'm sure and to help about that, instead of necessarily, because the important thing is to get job experience. It doesn't matter where you are, as long as you can work under a practitioner that is registered and get that essential, and then that one will lead you to the next one, and that one will lead you to the next one. Yeah, so thanks for that. If we can have, there was another name on there's another name here.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes, isn't it? Go on. A.
Yeah, I think just to highlight that I think we've noted key points coming from the presentation of Palisa, and that is precisely why we wanted to meet with you today, to hear what are the challenges. And I think we've taken note of all the challenges. And all of them, I think, are quite serious and need to be addressed. So we will engage with all the stakeholders in government and also practices and VAs to find a way to be able to work around the issue that we've raised. And I think of paramount importance is the issue of placement. And I think it's for me, I think it's quite critical for us to be able to grow the profession. We need to make sure that our students are taken care of in terms of practicals, so that they are prepared to move to the next stage of professionalism. So I think it's very, very important. We've noted all those points. We will be able to attend to them. And I think we'll come back to you to say, this is what we have done with what you've suggested and what you've proposed. We will come back. Thank you.
Okay. No, thanks for that, Retoto. I think one of the things that I'm actually I'm quite impressed is how the panelists are really coming up with things that are pertinent and giving us food for thought. Some of these things we've already begun, but quite largely a lot of them we haven't. So I appreciate that. And yes, keep feeding us with information. And I would like now Atandwe. We have Atandwe from NMU, Nelson Mandela University. Atandwe. Atandwe, are you here? Ata for short, maybe. Is Atandwe with us? Okay, there's no Atandwe. I think then before I go on to the next speaker, maybe I can grab. Oh, there we go. There we go. Yes, there we go.
Hi there. Hi there. My name is Atandwe Ntlebe. I am doing my third year in architectural technology at NMU in Port Elizabeth. Okay. I do not have a presentation prepared, mostly because I was added onto the panel yesterday. So I did not know whether I had to have a presentation, but nonetheless, I do have problems listed that we do face as students.
Atandwe,
yes.
your I don't know if it's a laptop or a phone, it's jumping all over. Can you keep it steady?
All right.
So we can see you. So we can hear you because you're giving us motion sickness here. Okay, Mr. Ntlebe, go on.
All right.
Yes.
All right. So one of the points that
yes, perfect.
All right.
Okay.
So one of the points that I noticed while being at Nelson Mandela is that there's this expectation that beginners are supposed to know everything. So what I mean by that is, simple things I struggled with in first year and in second year was, how do I draw a floor plan? We are taught the basics, yes, on paper and on AutoCAD, but how do I use those basics in a situation where I am required to draw something as simple as a floor plan? I feel like there's a gap. There's a gap between, and there's a gap and disconnect between us as students and lecturers with regards to being taught how to use a specific program. In depth at that, yes, we are taught the basics, but the depth aspect of it is very important, because how do we then use the basics for a floor plan? How do you then use the basics to draw a foundation section? So things like that, where there's a disconnect. I don't know whether more tutorials are needed, but that is a problem that we are facing currently. Also, balancing the life and work at the same time is a huge thing that we as students struggle with. I know first years struggle a lot with this because, they are so overwhelmed by how much work that they are getting that they don't know how to fully balance schoolwork and private life. So oftentimes I'm asked by first years, how do I find the balance of how do I find that balance of school life and normal life? And to be quite honest, I also haven't figured that question out myself, but it is nonetheless, it it is a problem that needs to be addressed as well. I don't know whether the networking addressed by Liam could help with that problem, but nonetheless, that there is an issue with school life and then the normal life, that balance between the two. Because oftentimes you would be in a situation where you have to sacrifice one of the two. If you want to live your normal life, you'd have to sacrifice your school life. And if you want to have a school life, you have to sacrifice your normal life. So there is a gap between the two that needs to be bridged, I feel. And then an introduction to programs as well is also a problem that I noticed. I noticed that there isn't really proper time dedicated to introducing new programs to students, especially with the problem of a large number of students not having adequate computer literacy as well, due to the different backgrounds these students obviously come from. So there is that gap also where the introduction to programs, I feel there's the time more than anything is a problem, because I mean they are what do you call these things? There are deadlines and there are submissions that need to be reached, and it's difficult to do that while learning a new program at the same time with the program that you are learning currently. So there is that gap that needs to be bridged as well in that area. And then my last point is obviously the deadlines, especially with problems we face today like load shedding. There should be, if not leniency, then more time to properly work without one module's work having a detrimental effect on other modules' work at the same time. Because oftentimes we pick and choose which modules to prioritize. Oftentimes that leads to students failing some modules, if not more than one module or two modules, of which some of them are the major modules at that as well, of which that prevents us from doing other modules because some of them are linked. So it's a really difficult time nowadays, especially with load shedding, because I mean, as first years don't really know how to manage their time as well, of which I'm still figuring out how to manage my time, and I'm a third-year student. So it gets quite difficult as well in that respect. But otherwise, with the time given, or with the time I was given, those were all the problems that I had time to address. But I'd like to thank that I'm very appreciative of the opportunity to voice these problems that I have thought of today. So thank you.
Thank you, Atani. There you managed to do a presentation without having been given much time to prepare. I think that's a clear result of what your education, as much as you may not be thinking this, but it has taught you to be able to do this. You know, the day before you're presented with a topic and then you just run with it. And I think you did quite well. One of the things that you raised is about the floor plan, and that you're expected to do a floor plan, but nobody has really taught you. You know, I can tell you, Atandwe, that I came to realize that a lot of architecture is self-learning. As much as that sounds very weird, and haven't been now, how many years I've been in full-time practice for 15 years. And I still have come to realize, even till today, a lot of it is self-learning. And that is because architecture is continuously evolving. There are new things every day. And you just have to be open and throw yourself in the direction of self-learning. It is, though, it is an important point where you say introduction to programs. I know that some schools, they bring in computer programs in second year, some in third year. But what I think would be helpful is if you do have some generous time to be able to explore that module. And I've also heard that there are some students that have said, we would like to learn these programs a bit earlier on, like, come on, like in first year. You're allowed to raise those kind of things. But I'm also going to speak to you guys as a learner one time. I've been a learner as well, and I'm a practitioner. And I can tell you that the reason why these programs are brought in your later years is to help you to cultivate the ability to sketch your ideas by hand. And it happens in maybe your first year and your second year. And I know that you guys are more tech savvy now, and you want to be using these softwares and dabble in this and throw this and do that and do that. But till to this day, Atandwa, I can tell you that it still benefits me as a practitioner to be sitting, let's say I'm sitting in a queue at the bank, and you see, and when you're sitting in a queue, in your, well, I have a handbag, maybe you guys have a sling bag or moon bags, whatever you call them. You might have your sketchbook or a receipt and a piece of paper, and you're just sitting there, and you're sitting next to somebody, and a conversation strikes up, and you hear the challenges this person is having. And I can tell you now, Atandwa, that person is your next client. And it all goes back down to how quickly can you start to entice them with sketches on a piece of paper. And that's where work comes from. So being pushed to be able to put your ideas in first year and second year by hand is really in preparation for life. Because at the end of the day, your most powerful tool should always be your hands. You won't always be able to have your laptops or your phone carting around with you, but how incredibly awesome, and yes, I'll use the word seductive it is. You're standing there, and then you start doing this with your hand and a piece of paper on a receipt, and somebody's like, yeah, you're an architect, I'm going to call you up. I have this challenge and I'd like you to solve it for me. And that's where a lot of my work has come from these ad hoc connections. You're at a braai, next thing you're squiggling something with charcoal against a piece of wall, and somebody's like, yep, that's the real deal. So softwares are important, but I can tell you now, if you have a knack for sketching, you need to enhance that. If you don't, take up courses and online things in order to bring that skill closer to your hand. And then let's talk about leniency of time. Yeah, I think one of the saddest things is that you guys are now studying in the times of this horrific load shedding. I mean, this is just horror. It's horror, and I feel that if a project would be given 3 weeks or 4 weeks, maybe now with load shedding, it should be extended by another week or something like that. But when it comes to deadlines, a deadline is a deadline. And there, I don't think, we should even be asking for any leniency. And then why am I mentioning this? Why would I say this? It's because now I'm able to, when it comes to design and in my office space, I'm able to say to a client or something, no, this concept, you're going to have it in 3 days. And they're like, are you sure, Tsabi? Are you sure? No, you're going to have it. Don't you worry. You're going to have this concept now that we've signed and you've paid this and you've paid that. You're going to have it. And it comes from the innate ability that you learned from your study days. And that is about the deadline and a design and the deadline and the deadline. So the training of keeping up with deadlines right now is not to be harsh, but is to give you the confidence when you say, look, I'm going to have this design for you and it'll be complete by tomorrow morning. You know that it's going to be done. It's just, and that's where you start honing time management. And then when you talk about time management, I can tell you, time management was just something else, when one was studying, and you know, and then later on you start hearing the sameness is play hard and work hard. And then in architecture, I think it's play hard, work hard, and work hard. So it always seems like the working hard part takes more. I don't know what I can tell you about time management, but all I can say is that when it's time to sit down at your desk, sit down and just do it. And unfortunately, the load of the studies of architecture, they leave very little to social life. It is what it is. And that's why you should make your studio spaces to become as social as possible, and those people to become an extension of your family. Yeah, so thank you for those points. I'm just trying to have a look and see if there is another council member here with us. Councillor Busi, what would you say about time management while you're a student?
Thank you, Vice President. I think the points you've raised are all pertinent because you know, it's important for one to manage their time. The points raised earlier by Atand were managing private life and studio time or study time. You know, that balance is critical to be able to manage now as a student, because I'm telling you now, it's only going to get you know, not to say worse, but it's going, the intensity will increase and the stakes are higher because now you are dealing with budgets, you are dealing with clients, monies, you are dealing with family. So, you know, maintaining that balance in life is very critical. And one needs to be dedicated and committed to your, you know, to your work. Yeah, so that's all I can say, Vice President. But I'm happy with the presentation from Atande. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I liked what you just said, Councillor Musi, because I could see, you know, you're also thinking with the mind of an architect, like, man, I wish I can tell them, go and get a lot of life. And then I can see in your expression that, man, there's not much life actually in your studies, because that's the nature. But within there, still find moments to just leave the desk, go and take a long hot bath. That's what I used to do, and fall asleep in there. Or just leave the desk and go and take a nap, or go and leave the desk and go and laugh with friends and go and laugh about, I don't know, the flies that are migrating from wherever to wherever. So what you're doing right now, the fact that you're still here, you're healthy, you have not fallen off this earth, or you're not fallen into some hectic depression, you managed to switch on, it means you've been able to find a way through in every day. So take it one day at a time. That's what I used to do. I used to take it one project at a time. In fact, I used to say at the end of this project, I'm quitting. At the end of this project, I'm quitting. I've said that since the beginning of first year. And interestingly enough, you'll submit that and you have a good day and you're like, well, that wasn't so bad. And then I've been quitting right up until I finished my master's. But those are some of those things, you know, you just vent and you just carry on. But yeah, he is right. Intensity does get intense. It's life, but that's why you got to have whatever social moments you find. There should be meaningful social moments, and a meaningful social moment is also just having a chat with a friend, or going for a run, or going for movies, or whatever it is that you guys do. Yeah. The time now is, okay, it's 10:30, and we have up until 11. There's one speaker that I'd like them to have something to say. and that is University. Nati, are you gonna say something?
Greetings to everyone. I hope you're all good. My name is Cenati Munzwa. I'm from the Nelson Mandela University doing my third year in architectural technology. A lot of the points that I have been pointed out by some of the panel members, but with the first one being online learning. Online learning has been a problem for us in the past 3 years. But luckily for me, I did interior design in 2019 before I could go over to tech. So I could only imagine how hard it was for the first years, because I really struggled in my first year. I really struggled to adjust because I know how it's like to go to site and have lab access and things like that. With the thing of going to sites, we know that most of us in this industry are creatives, and a lot of creatives learn by seeing and visualizing everything. So sometimes I remember in 2019, in theory class, construction class, the lecturer would try to explain how things work. And then once we go to site, that's when you get to understand more of how it works. So that has been a problem for me, because I'm more of a visualizer than anything. And also another problem we've been facing, we understand that there's been COVID and all of this, but then it's been really quite hard to adjust in this online learning. Also, there's also been a problem of lab access. It's something we've been going through for quite some time at the institution. We've only had limited time to work at the labs because of COVID. But we recently resolved that. That was a huge problem for us because not all of us have laptops that are competent enough to have all the programs we need, everything. But that was a huge problem for us. And I also struggled because I only got my laptop this year. And with that being said, this COVID situation also made it difficult for us as students to maintain a good record in our mocks. So we feel like it's a bit unfair with the post-grad thingy, because NMU has certain average you have to reach for all 3 years in order to qualify for your advanced diploma in design. So for a lot of us, first year, it was not a very good year for us. For me, I know personally, I just made it out of first year, and it was not good marks. It was just okay marks. So that has been a problem. And last year, only one student, from what I've heard, qualified to do advanced diploma in design. So that also is also a problem in the learning site I'm currently at. And my second point is the learning of programs. Like Atandra said, the learning of programs has also been a problem. We find that when you go to the workplace, you find that in terms of programs, you're never enough. I know students that are struggling to find internships because they don't know some of the programs that are required in that specific firms. I don't know if Ccap can help us in a way where they create a system whereby a student can go into a firm and a firm can allow them or pay for a course or allow them to at least learn the program for like a few weeks, because there are a lot of programs out there and we can only learn so much in 3 years. For example, at my school, at NMU, we only learn SketchUp or 3D CAD, Revit. Revit, we didn't learn as much because they just gave us a crash course for like a week. And in Revit, there's a lot to learn. It's not just small stuff, there's a lot to learn. And it was not really that helpful. We only know the basics of Revit, but I think Ccap can do something about that, and actually the institution can also prioritize the programs like Revit, AutoCAD, the ones that are mostly used in these firms, because we are really struggling with finding jobs. But luckily for me, I found a job where they use both SketchUp and Revit. So I'm currently using SketchUp and AutoCAD, but I'm also learning Revit more. But with that being said, that's all I have for today. And thank you for the opportunity to present all of this. And because we know that there's always something to improve. Wherever you are, there's always something to improve. From where you are, the only way to go is going forward. And we really appreciate the opportunity that Ccap has given to us. Yeah, that's all. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Nati. From what you've said, I think the first thing that really grabbed my attention, and I think it's actually quite horrific, and I'm going to ask the manager of education, Ccap, to maybe for you to qualify for what is an advanced diploma? Is that in design? Is that 4th year?
Yes, it's the 4th year where you're crossing over to architecture from technology.
Oh, yes. Okay. It's just like how it was at while TUT was still called Technicon Pretoria, the straight university streamline. You guys have actually a better opportunity of going through 1st year, 2nd year, 3rd year, and up until 5th year with just passing with 50, 50, 50, and you get to be able to get to go on and carry on with design. So you're quite lucky. And then if you're going through the through NMU, as well as I don't know about TUT now, but back then you needed to qualify for 4th year design. And back then with us, you had to get 75 in design in order for you to carry on with that stream. So there's a lot of steepness that is happening in some of these other universities, and there seems to be also quite an imbalance. I mean, in a way, I do understand that you need to qualify for design if you want, because if I could, I would also maybe force the universities to also have some type of criteria like that, But in any case, but what feels uncomfortable to me is that you say, Cincinnati, that they take your marks from 1st year, 2nd year, 3rd year, and collectively those marks that help you to qualify for that advanced diploma, meaning to qualify for 4th year, to qualify to do normal design stream. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, that seems very odd and irregular, because I know that in 1st year, when it comes to many things, I was still very clueless. Ms. Kimberly, she is the manager for education. I hope she's still here. Ms. Kimberly in Ccap, is this normal? Because the reason why I'm asking her is that Ccap sets out the competency, not necessarily the syllabus, but the competencies that will lead you to next year's and the next year's and the next year's going forward. Yes, please say something, Kim. Is this normal?
Thanks for that. I'm not, to my knowledge, that isn't necessarily normal, but I think what I should do is maybe actually follow up with the university and just have that discussion as to why they're doing that, and just get clarity before we actually make a conclusion on this. So I will do that and then get back to everybody as soon as possible.
Yeah, in fact, I'd like that. You see, Ms. Kim is she's the head of education in Ccap. So you see, we have these departments where people specialize in these spaces, and that's what they look into. I would think that, you should start being judged by some of these things in 3rd year, where maybe some lights that were still switched off in 1st year, hopefully they're switched on in 3rd year. And that's where, you know, you should be judged. You can't be judged by your history. You should be judged with what you just do now. So I'm also taking a stand against it. But as you heard, Ms. Kimberly, as well as through the registrar, they'll probably follow up on it, and then we'll see. Who's to know? You know, as senior, you might just have help to change the system if there is actually merit or demerit in it. Yeah, so that'll be great. And I think if you can just remind me, one of the things that you had concerns about was, oh yes, software. Can you just touch back again about software? You said a few things, Senati, about software.
Oh, what I said is that, like, we find that when you're going out to firms, you find that with softwares, you're never enough, because you have to know certain softwares. And I know a few people that's trying to find jobs because of that. So I was suggesting maybe Ccap can create a system whereby it protects the students, whereas like when they go out to look for jobs, the firm can take them in and maybe pay for a course, or they can give them time to learn the program that they are going to be using, and then start working from there. And also the universities to prioritize the programs that are mostly used, like Revit, AutoCAD, and all of the other programs.
Yeah, I think from our end and through the office of Ms. Kimberly is to only help to emphasize to the universities to give as much exposure on you know, the 2 or 3 main softwares that are happening. But I also would like, you know, to share it with learners that, you know, I know it's, yes, you will feel pressure. You get into an office, you sit in front of a computer, and you're like, oh my goodness, they say I must do this, and I don't know how. But you are not meant to know everything in life. You're meant to know quite a bit. And part of going into those job spaces is the learning experience. I think what I would think would be the unfortunate thing is once you get this job, you start working and they throw you out because they think, oh no, you are too slow on software. I haven't heard of that type of a complaint, but I'd like you all to just be at ease with yourself in knowing that what I know is enough to take me forward. If you can sit there and do a couple of clicks, you will get better, and you will get better, and you will get better in when it comes to software. And then, you know, software is ever changing. So you could be exposed to 2 or 3 softwares in universities, but you get out there and then a couple of firms in your areas, they're doing this and that software. So I think part of that is to allow, you know, to be flexible enough. And I always say that, you know, the youth of today, you guys are the luckiest people. You have access to YouTube that tells you and shows you how to do things. Have that. You'd have a book in a library, through a book and trying to understand how to draw. Or sometimes you didn't have that book. You just had to mess around with it. It would make you cry. The software will make you cry. But on the other side, you came out knowing it. So be at ease. You are not lacking anything. And you will get into job spaces and suddenly the software that you know is not the software that they're doing. I will tell you that when I was in 2010, I applied for a job, and then I got to be working at Boertman and Partners, and they put me in the Stadium F&B Soccer City team, and I didn't know AutoCAD, and then they're like, yeah, I hope you know that you need to issue drawings already because construction is already happening. And this is now AutoCAD. I didn't know how to draw, but when I look back at it till to this day, you wonder how did you make through, because the building is up, your component is up. I issued the drawings. I didn't know the software, but I got to issue.
There seem to be network problems for the VP.
Yes, it does seem like that, Registrar. The points I wanted to perhaps add based on what Cincinnati presented, as we continue to understand the challenges faced by our students at various architectural learning sites, we've noted the issue of online training, online learning due to COVID. We've also learned that some students are having difficulty due to non-exposure to construction sites. And this is a problem. It needs to be addressed with the architectural learning sites. Lab access, limited time spent in a lab is insufficient. So that has been noted, that challenge. The biggest problem I noted from the presentation also was that fewer students are not getting access to higher education, such as the advanced diploma.
Yeah.
And Registrar, this is a problem for us because it seems that criteria seems to be exclusionary because it's only allowing those fewer students to progress. And it's a problem for us because if you remember, one of Ccap's core objective is transformation. So I hope that it will be able to address that challenge. And the other issue which had been raised earlier was insufficient training in terms of architectural software. These are Revit, SketchUp, and other similar programs. So clearly here again, Registrar, there needs to be attention drawn to this, and the schools must be made aware that perhaps allowing students more lab access, obviously, with with COVID, one needs to then within an enclosed environment. Obviously, those restrictions were necessary at that allowed more access. So we've noted those challenges. They are core to what students are experiencing, and will then make offerings that are suitable to our students at various learning sites. So those are the comments I picked up from the students who had been presenting a registrar. And if I go back to our program, there is an interactive session that's been planned between 11 and 11:30. The time now, registrar, is 5 to 11. Perhaps we can then open the floor and allow that process to unfold based on the presentation, if you allow, registrar.
Definitely, Councillor Pailani. I think just before that, I want to hear from Liam. I want to hear from Palisa, Tando, and all those presented. I want to hear from them. What is the extent of training in the programs insofar as the Architectural Professional Act is concerned, insofar as the National Building Regulation and Standards Act is concerned. And I'll tell you why. The biggest problem that we are hearing from the local authorities is that the standard of drawings that have been submitted, insofar as compliance with the regulations, is very poor. So you'd find that about 90% of the applications are returned back because those who would have prepared them have not aligned them to the building regulations and the standards and all those kind of things. So I want to hear from you. What is the standard of training there? Have you been taught that, or is still coming in your program? Just your views, guys. Liam, you can start, and then Palis, and then Ontando, you can start. It's fine.
Okay, thank you. What we've experienced at the University of Johannesburg was that diploma students received computer training from the first year, but degree students only started that training in the second year. And as much as we understand the importance of knowing how to draw by hand and the relevance that it has as an architect, it becomes challenging when you progress in your years of study and you're expected to produce work, but you are still struggling to understand how to use the software to do that work. And as I mentioned in my presentation earlier, at times the computer module that was given was only done within a 6-month period, which is definitely not enough time for us to fully understand the software and use it to the best of our abilities and use it efficiently as well. So that's one of the struggles that we're facing with, as well as then again, not having access to the computer labs. Many students don't have the appropriate laptops to do the work. And then having labs close at 5 o'clock when your classes end at 4 is something that you're definitely not able to work around, and it does become extremely challenging.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Next, who's coming? There's Palesa, there's Liam there.
Palesa, I think your hand was up before mine, so if you want to go first.
Sure, thanks, Liam. Thanks for the question. I think maybe the big issues that maybe we are taught also some of these council submission requirements later in the academic space. So maybe if we are also exposed to the checklist and some of the requirements from first year, it would really help a lot, because I think I have also fallen short of the failure of not submitting council drawings that are up to par. And I had to quickly learn that up at the firm that I was working at, where I also had council submission that got returned, I think 4 to 5 times. And, that was a learning experience for me. But I think at the same time, there was a lot of insecurity of, I can produce construction drawings, I can produce council drawings technically, but I think more exposure to the checklist, that understanding really does broaden you up, because the requirements are more or less the same, whether you're designing for Joburg, Cape Town, or Durban. There's only a few changes based on where the area is. So maybe if we can just be more exposed to some of these requirements from an early age, I think it takes away a lot of that failure in which we are lacking. Because whether you do it on AutoCAD or Revit, you still need to understand the council pack, even if you're doing the hand drawing. So it's just to be exposed a lot earlier to the council requirements when it comes to the drawings. Thank you.
Thank you.
So from my side, in my undergrad at WITS, it was a lot of the regulations and stuff were taught like pretty consistently and quite in depth. But I think part of the problem is that the simulation of preparing council drawings at university, because we're presenting them to lecturers that are most of the time entirely architects, I think the audience that we present these drawings to maybe isn't great in terms of when you go into practice, because maybe we need more input from those that work at city council and those that work in the spaces that actually review the drawings, as opposed to an architect. Because in my experience then working, what was the type of things that are left out that are necessary for those that are reviewing the drawings, even the person I was working for wasn't aware of. So I think there's more nuance and more understanding of the regulations in terms of representation on your drawings, as well as understanding it through your drawings from those that have to review it instead of those that have to prepare it. So I think in our simulations of doing council drawings at university, maybe there should be more input from council members and city and urban planners and professionals like that read drawings almost in a different way from an architect or an urban designer, because they're looking for the regulatory and things like that. But yeah, cool. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The chairperson is here. I hand over to you, President. But thank you very much for those comments. I think they are very helpful.
Okay. Yes. No. Thanks. I caught those comments coming from Tando and from Palace and then Liam. My apologies there, colleagues. Load shedding threw me out, and I was like, gosh, this load shedding. Yeah, no, I'm really sorry that you guys are coming up during these times, but it's making me think. I think it's because I'm a glasses half full kind of a person, and this is where your education on how to put together a model, how to make a quick sketch, what happens on your way to a presentation, and you've been wanting to pin this client down, and then load shedding goes, and this is where thinking on your feet and putting together your scheme all over on a piece of paper on a whim is going to put you into test. So those skills that you're learning in your earlier years about how to draw by hand and everything, they're going to help you in times like this. And the conversation right now was about council submissions. I know that as part of Ccap's validations, we do and have been emphasizing that there should be more in-depth education about what's required in submitting council drawings and getting them approved. And Palisa, you say you went through 5 times and eventually get them approved. And I'm sorry to say this to you, but there's nothing wrong with the fact that you went through 5 times and then figuring out. You are all on a learning curve, all of you. And it is expected. And I know internally you feel like, oh my gosh, man, they're probably just looking at me like, oh man, look at this flake of a person. But it's not. I can tell you, when they're looking at you going back and going back and going back 5, 6, 7 times until you get it done, they're like, now that's what the future is all about. Now that's a colleague I want to be with. I want to be with Palisa because she keeps on going until she gets it right. And we have raised it to the heads of schools regarding giving more time to software. I hear Tando saying they've got 6 months. And what they always say is that they find what's a challenge with the heads of schools is fitting everything for you guys to get the most of what you need to make you job ready. And they do try. I mean, they send files and files to Ccap and everything that they put in there and the study guides that they've created in order for you guys to get as much as you can. But I can only safely tell you that the fact that you're able to even get to hang around software for about 6 months, that in itself is a plus, because we come in to learn that all they can do is to give you exposure and direction, and the rest becomes self-learning. Because honestly, architecture is always ongoing. Chilidzi. Yes, Chilidzi, you have your hand up.
Yes, hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right. So with regards to building plans and the quality and information, I just want to say, I don't think it's only just a student issue also.
Yep.
I think also with, with a little bit of experience outside schooling, information on what is actually required in terms of certain submission plans for municipalities is very, very, very actually non-existent. I think the only ones that are really well documented that give you actual guidance that even as a student or a person who's practicing can go and refer to at a later stage to ensure that they're doing the right thing. I mean, especially if you also consider people who want to start their own practices directly after 2 years of internship, but also you're assuming the quality of training they got is up to par, which I think is already a mistake. Just naturally, no system is perfect. But I think also just outside schools and outside training within firms, municipalities are not up to date. There is no information really. I mean, if you look at Free State, if you try looking at provinces that are not as well established, you know, if you forget about your Cape Town, Johannesburg and Pretoria, then there really is no information actually. And I mean, most municipalities have their own standard form or ways of packaging that they want. So I think there is actually a gap. And I think these students, these incredible students, are on par.
Yeah. Shades, you are right that there's huge gaps in the municipalities. One of the things that Ccap is heavily engaged in with municipalities is signing memorandums of understanding regarding regulations and also regarding how to regulate the profession. I think, Registrar, you can speak more about that. I know that there's some MOUs that Ccap has signed.
Thank you very much, VP. Yes, no, correct. We appreciate the fact that these local authorities are struggling. It seems that they don't have the right skills to be able to deal with the submissions that are coming through. And we understand that some of them, you know, have different requirements. You go to Bloemfontein, different requirements. You go to Joburg, different requirements. So there's no standard requirement. And some of these requirements were told are subjective. You know, if you get to this building control officer, this is his view, and that's how things must be done. You meet another building control officer, that is view, and that's how things must be done. So that's why we've entered into these MOUs with them, so that we are able to work together and try to make sure that they standardize things, and their requirements must be clear, so that it's easy then for professionals to adhere to those requirements. So yeah, we try to work with them, but I think the issue of failure to deal with the drawings within the prescribed times by the NBR, it's a big problem. So we hope that we'll engage with them and try to correct problems, so that when now professionals want to submit, things are much more better than things are now. I must be honest, things are tough at that side of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think I share the sentiments that have been raised here by the students, and I think we need to try work with them as well. But also we have to learn, you know, what are the requirements, so that we're also able to assist them to get through, to get things through easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that is true, and that's Ccap. Remember, I told you Ccap is if you think about Ccap, think about law and legislation. So we try to operate on that level where we engage the municipalities, and an MOU is a contract where we are coming into certain agreements to ask them to do certain things and to have certain lists. But at the same time, there's some municipalities that have already moved on to online submissions. I know Cape Town has, and Johannesburg is also doing the same thing. So that is us trying to have a more streamlined and systematic way of having submissions that that have clear directions or path of how you will get your building plans approved. I can tell you, like, as I always say, even as a practitioner till this day, every time I think of council submission plans, I have heart palpitations. I don't know how I get through every submission, but you end up doing so. So maybe that will also make you feel a bit better. That sometimes you can imagine it is a chaotic place. What's important is like what Balisa did, is that you just don't give up. You just keep going and you keep going. And as you keep going, you get better and better. And then there comes a time, if you are running a practice, I don't do those things anymore. I get other people to do them. And I still appreciate to see their willingness and tenacity to just keep going, because never say die. At the end of the day, it's about what it is that you want to achieve. You want to get your building out there and on site. So like Advocate has says, what's important is to learn the legislations, the national building regulations. If you don't know them, there's nothing wrong with not knowing them. You don't have to know everything. Just have the information with you. Have the book, have the file, know where to get the information, and then you'll be fine. You're not expected to know everything. You're just expected to know how to find the information. Yes, there's no other speaker at this present moment. I think we can now go to a body break. Is that fine, Mr. Ntokozo?
There is 2 hands on the attendees list, Madam Chair.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, yes, let's go for the 2 hands. I don't have my agenda in front of me anymore. I'm using my phone, but after that, then we can take body breaks. I think those are great, and then we can come back in. So please just go for it. Anybody who has their hand up, please do.
Michelle Collins, you can unmute and talk. Michelle Collins. All right. Can we allow Andres while Michelle is trying to unmute? Andres, you can come through.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, my name is Andres Pitesa. Thank you for this webinar. I really appreciate it. It actually helps people out a lot, students especially. One of my concerns was a Q&A that I asked about some students that did not register after studying, and they say, for instance, have 2 years work experience or a year work experience, and some of them actually come to me and they ask me, do I know anything about the fact that if they register now, can that 1 year be accepted within that 2-year period of candidacy registration? And that would fast track their registration to a full professional even further. But one question that I really want to ask is, and that is the big question on the municipalities. Yes, a lot of municipalities are not working, according to what you said, and I concur with everything you said according to that. But one of the biggest problems that I have experienced is a problem that plagues a lot of people at the moment, and it's sad to say it's more or less the corruption state that we're actually finding ourselves in. And I think it's very useful for Ccap to please advise students and people on how, if they do encounter these corruption systems, where should they report it and how should they assess it? The reason I'm asking is I worked at a architectural firm for 10 years. I then went to study in 2016 and I graduated in 2021. Now, even before that, the municipality that I've worked in, I've kind of noticed, there were certain items, there were certain things, when you want to get your plans through faster, they would actually ask you money. If you want occupation, they would really ask you for money or anything like that. Otherwise, if you don't want to pay them, these people would just say, oh, well, your plans will not be approved, or they're going to take longer than it's supposed to be. And after my studies, I've encountered the fact that it's even gotten worse. And these people at the municipal levels, they're not even nowadays shy about this anymore. One of the problems is I know you will say that we might need to ask one of the architectural bodies, voluntary bodies to help us address this issue. The problem is most of the architects, they don't want to voice out their position on this or voice out the problems, because the moment they do this, they actually become a target, and therefore their plans won't get approved. And we all know that most of our income depends on when our plans get approved, and the moment we get our plans approved, yes, we can get our payment and we can continue on with the project. So a time limit for us is very crucial, but that's the problem that most architects now face. And I would like some advice from your side onto how a student or candidates can address these issues.
Yeah. Sure. Councillor Musi, would you like to?
Yes, maybe if I can step in on this one. Thank you, Andres, for pointing some of the challenges students would face in practice. Indeed, the things you are mentioning do happen at the local municipality. One would need to also, pay to get an occupation certificate to be expedited sooner, or to have your plans approved sooner if some fee is paid to whoever is inspecting them. These things do happen, and it's not new. And I'm glad you're pointing these challenges to all our students. Now, at an architectural learning site, an architecture school, one is not taught, you may be taught office practice, but you won't be taught how to market and get clients. You are not taught ethics. You are not taught a code of conduct in terms of how you run your practice. So there's a lot that's not happening at schools of architecture in terms of training. And I'm glad you're pointing out this challenge, Andres, because it's affecting a lot of registered professionals, and it needs to be dealt with. However, at a school of architecture, how would then one teach a student about corruption at the local municipality? Or how to, deal with some of the challenges as you've raised. But thank you, Andres, for pointing that out. Perhaps, Chairperson, we can also allow the President and other attendees to respond on that issue.
Oh, yes. Okay, no, great. President is back. No, I'm glad that you're here, Pres. Pres, we have this question where this gentleman, I think he sounds like he is a new practitioner or however, and he's saying he's going to the municipalities, and he gets there and he's faced with somebody says, put money on the table or something, and it's corrupt, and there's corruption that is showing up in getting your plans approved. I don't know. Do you want to say anything there, Pres? I mean, it's an environment that is not savory at all.
Yeah, no. Thank you very much, Vice President and the Chair. Yeah, I've just come out of the anti-corruption forum and signing of the pledge towards the corruption, to end corruption in the infrastructure. And anyone who is actually asking for financial favors for the approval of plan. That is purely corruption. And what we will make, or we will do, is to make available the contact, or the number that you can call if you get something of that sort at any level of the government sphere, to actually report that person. Is not supposed to be like that. The process of plan approval is simple and straightforward, that you pay a scrutiny fee to the municipality, and there's no other payment that you pay. No one can actually ask for any payment or a bribe for your plan to be approved, because your plan must go through all the departments, your water, surveying, planning, and all of those things. You must make sure that your submission meets all those requirements that have to be met in those departments of local government. So that is purely corruption, and I think Ccap, I can commit to everyone here that we will actually make those contact numbers available, so that anyone who is coming across that kind of a practice can just call and report the incidents immediately on the spot. Thank you.
Yeah. No, thanks a lot, President. And President also serves on that anti-corruption panel for the built environment. I think it's actually been convened by the Minister of Public Works. Not to even scare you guys as students, but it's really horrific coming into these times of this corruption, and you go through life and you just hoping and thinking and never thinking that somebody's gonna want things out of you. And that's where you need to start learning to take a stance right now. Right now, you got to start knowing who you are and which side of the fence do you sit, and you must sit very firmly there on that side. And I can tell you, it's not a bad side at all. You will still get your plans approved. You'll still get your buildings built, and you just act dumb to it. I mean, I remember my first encounter of corruption. I was doing a renovation. I did a lovely renovation for a couple, and I was having problems with getting the occupation certificate. And I was going backwards and forwards between the client and the building inspector, and I'm just thinking, no, we must just get it, and I should ask for this and whatnot have you. And I remember now my client saying to me, come on, Tabi, I want you to maybe go ask that man if he wants an envelope or something. And I still didn't know what that meant. And he explicitly said, ask him if he wants some grocery, something, and I had inner turmoil with that within myself, because this is now your client. You want them to move in. And the whole evening, the whole night, you're just wondering, but this is not me. Am I really going to do this? And I'm going to talk to you guys very honestly about this. And I remember calling him, I can't remember his name, but it was an Afrikaans gentleman. He sounded mature. He was the building inspector. And I called him, good morning, Mr. Peter so-and-so. For the occupation certificate, what do you think about getting XYZ? He kept quiet. And I can tell you, I was also having my own flutterings on the inside, because this is not who I am. But you're also starting out in practice and you're hearing things. Some people are doing this, some people are doing that, and you just want to get your building approved. I'll never forget that man. And this is what he said to me, and in an own Afrikaans accent. And he said to me, my darling, my dear child, over the phone, you are going with the wrong crowd. I will never forget that reprimanding. It was cold, but it was on time and it was on point. And right then and then I took that thing off the table, off the phone, and somehow occupation certificate was still achieved. And it was early on in my career, and I just said, I never want to be compromised like that. And I learned to take a stance right then, and it's not worth it. Don't do it. Just continue and continue to knock to get your things to be approved. But now President is providing platforms where you're able to go and complain about these things. So corruption is not worth it. Yeah, you're going, he said, my darling, you're going with the wrong crowd. That's the wrong crowd. You know, I'll never forget that man. He sits at the back of my mind right now, and it's awesome. So we learned things there. Andres also had a comment at the beginning. He said something about that there are some people who have done 1 year of working and something about fast tracking in order to get professionally registered. Can you just say that question or comment again, Andres, so that we can get the registrar to answer you?
Okay, yes, thank you. Thank you for the replies. I really appreciate it. So regarding the registration, some students, when they come out of university, they don't realize that they actually need to register with Ccap, and they start working for practices, and these practices just mention to them they need to register. As a student starting out, you know, finances are always a problem, and especially now during the COVID times, a lot of the students have said, you know, they don't have the money to register at Ccap, so they're not going to register. They're going to start working under a practice, but until they have enough money to register. And when they come to the point where they can register and they have that money to register, they ask Ccap if they can register, and then Ccap says you have your 2 years or your 3 years or how many years, and they ask them then, would you accept the past year that they basically have already have been work, or that time they already have worked as under the candidacy as well. And some of the students came back to me, like I said, and they told me about this problem, asking me why can't they do this, and they've shown me that Ccap does not allow this to happen. I would say I would like to know why that would be, because some of the students are actually busy listening in on this.
I can speak a lot on it, but I think I'd like the head of administration to speak. Advocate Fuduli.
Yeah. No, thank you very much for the question. And I think it's important that students understand that the sooner you do your registration requirements, the better, once you have completed your qualification. But because what we've picked up is that someone will graduate and they'll go on and work for 5, 6 years or 10 years. And then at that point, when they've been in practice for 10 years, they realize that, oops, I'm not registered, and I want to start my own practice, you know, or registration is now a requirement to do most of the work. That's when they want to start. So I think it's best that you start as early as possible. And the next point then is just to clarify that, remember, we will start taking your monthly tenure record from the moment you are registered. Because prior to you being not registered, it's difficult for us to assess whether work was done and how it was done. You know, so it's best that you and your mentorship, your mentor come forward, you register, and then your mentor sign the forms, and then you register. It becomes easy for us to manage that. But let me allow Kimberly, the manager responsible for the portfolio, to also come in on the point.
Thanks, Toto. You actually covered everything that I wanted to say. So basically, yeah, as soon as a student can graduate, they should look at registering with Ccap, because then that will guarantee that as they register, they can start tracking their monthly training records accordingly. Unfortunately, we don't see any of the work done prior to that. Our policy allows that as soon as the student registers and as the candidate, that's how we start tracking their MTRs. Thanks.
Yeah. You know, Andres, now I'm just going to be cold and blunt about this, because I was also made to understand this, that, you know, your professional development and upkeep of the and upkeep with regulation is your responsibility. It's your responsibility. And yes, I hear when you're saying some students are like, when they start working, no, we don't have money to register with Ccap. But I feel in the same way as you can want to spend money on an expensive phone of your choice or a great pair of sneakers of your choice, you've got to be able to also put money aside to be able to register with your regulator. It's law. It is what it is. It's going to be anyways for your benefit, and it's important to remain plugged in with your regulator, because that's where you're going to get your continuous development, and you're going to be able to progress through the profession with information, especially with information about what's going on in industry and what's going on in your communities and in your area and in your field. So it is what it is. Just got to get registered. Don't even wait for your employer to tell you to do this. You have to champion it, and you're going to have to go after it. They may seem to be relaxed about signing your form. It happens. They're very busy trying to make sure that there are salaries at the end of the month. You have to be on top of that person. Sign this thing. We need to get myself registered, and I need to be able to pay. And I know that Ccap is also trying to come up with other methods to enable payment. But what's important is to communicate to the regulator and say, I'm ready, I want to get registered. I can only pay in this kind of a manner. Can you be able to help me? It does not help us to sit back and then just say, oh no, I didn't know I needed to register. So it just is what it is. Get yourself into the system, get your monthly turning records done and signed off, and then you're done. Yeah, and don't be like us in the past who sat and worked and enjoyed money and had a good time for about 3 years or something, and then you suddenly realize like, I need to do my records, and then you have to start from scratch. Thank God we were able to, but we could easily have found ourselves married with kids and everything, and then it becomes very tough to be registered. Yes. Is there another speaker, or can we program director, Mr. Ntokozo? Can you allow us to go for a body break, maybe? I think everybody
Yes,
can do coffee.
Yes, we may, Madam Chair. We don't have any hands on the attendees list.
Okay, and then can everybody be back? The time now is 11:35. Maybe perhaps seeing as our program ends at lunch, maybe perhaps make this as a coffee and a sandwich type thing. If you can grab a sandwich or a biscuit or however, and then we can be back in 20 minutes at about 5 to 12. Yeah, 5 to 12, please. Can we come back 5 to 12? There are 106 participants. I hope we can all still be back as 106. Okay, all right. See you guys soon.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Hi there. I'm not sure who is on the session, but I think maybe we can pause the recording and continue after the break.
They need to catch a flight to another meeting. So, President maybe perhaps you can come in and talk to our colleagues. Prez, are you there?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much for this. Sorry, there's something wrong with the voice there. Okay, so you know, this is very intriguing. I mean, the engagements and the presentation, to hear from the students, and yeah, to really listen to what the future of our profession has to say. I think it's great, and I think it must not end here. I think we need to continue engaging the students and the newly graduates as well, so that, you know, we improve our profession. I think this is purely just to improve our profession, and also can be in a space that is conducive for them to practice, I mean, to study and also to practice. So that is the reason why we're having this webinar. And going forward, and I think these are these issues that will be raised here need to be attended to, the problems and the suggestions that the students and the new graduates are suggesting must be put forward. And then as Ccap will definitely put all of this together, and maybe form some kind of a mind map going forward, you know, to our future profession, because these are our future professionals, and we take them very seriously. That is why we've taken time to engage you guys, not because we just wanted to tick box. We're not ticking any box. We just really are concerned about you know, the way you know, you fit into the profession, and also we'll try as much as we can to give any support or lend any support that we can, so that you have a smooth period of study, and also the internship, you know, that you must receive, you know, if you can assist, and then so that you can be the professional that you want to be. So you take out all the other stumbling blocks, all the other problems that are impacting your path to being a good professional. If we can probably assist in removing all of those you know, impediments and stumbling blocks. That is why we are here today. We're trying to assist as much as we can. We are a regulator, but I mean, we believe that if the profession is not sustainable, there will be nothing to regulate. You know, your well-being is very important to us. That you study properly. I mean, you get your program, going through your program, you know, in a smooth manner. I know it's never smooth, by the way, but you know, let that be your problem. We must not create problems for yourselves. You know, other people must not create problems for yourselves. So we want to look and move those obstacles away from you, so that you are dealing with yourself rather than dealing with the problems that are put in place by other people, you know. So in those few words, yeah, I'm just gonna wish you all the best. And this is not the last of the engagements. And out of this engagement, we're definitely going to come up with a mind map as to how do we strengthen the relationship with the students and the young graduates, you know, going forward at Ccap. So in those few words, I'll still be here, yeah, but by the time you finish, I will be here. Just want to thank all of you. Thank you, VP, for sharing, and thank you for the students for coming forward and sharing their stories. And the stories are critical and serious to us. Thank you.
I want to just let you know that, you know, our president of Ccap, he's a cool guy. You know, he's a cool guy. He's also an architect. and he's a dad of 4 daughters, and one of his daughters is actually studying architecture. So, you know, when he speaks these things and he's participating in these platforms, it's for all our greater goods. And I always say that my values and my interests, I know that they are also his values and his interests, and they are also your values. So our values are very much shared. So thanks, President. I hope you travel safely, you and the registrar. Advocate Toto, do you want to also just wave your hands before you go and before we just carry on? Advocate Fiduli. Okay, I take it maybe the registrar is already gone. But in any case, he's always there sitting on the other side of the emails at Ccap, and they might just pop in to comment. Okay, I'd like us to go on, and my good colleague, Councillor Vusi Pailani, is going to be talking and leading the discussion on the challenges of your mentorship year. So Councillor Vusi, if you can come through. If I may just give a bit of a brief bio according to what I know about him. Yes, also he's a practicing architect, and he's got children as well. And Councillor Vusi is very passionate about architecture, and especially about doing the right things, and Ccap conducting itself. I know we sit in council together, and you know he's very firm when it comes to the monies and how the monies are spent in Ccap. And you know, also Councillor Vusi, as he studied like all of you guys are, he became an architect, and then now later in these years he went on to study project management as well. So coupled to being a father and being a council member, he went back to school while still working full-time to do a 3-year course in project management. So he's also just always, this is just a way of showing you that you should always be continuously developing. Life and conditions are never easy, or they don't become conducive to make it simple for you to take up a course or two, but it's all ultimately about in your life. And I always say that you don't want anybody to put a glass, there shouldn't be a ceiling to your development. So the only way to do it is to go after your own development. So Councillor Vusi, you can please chair this session.
Yes, thank you, Vice President Shongwe. I will be facilitating the next discussion, which is really to understand what the challenges are and the impediments faced by candidates during their mentorship period or program. So a brief background about myself: I studied at the University of Witwatersrand. I did my master's in architecture there. I'm a professional architect, and I'm also a qualified construction project manager from the University of the Witwatersrand. My mentorship program I did whilst I was an intern with Mpeti Morojele Architects and Ccap Architects. Yes, it had not been easier for me to acquire my professional registration, coupled with a financial constraint or strain, which made it very difficult for me to become professional. Team, today we'll be discussing challenges that are faced by mentees during their mentorship period. There are three mentees, Simone, Tanya, and Chiliti. I hope the program has not changed. And they'll be discussing what challenges they are currently facing in their mentorship program. As Ccap, we value the youth and especially architectural students. And our core mandate is, or one of our core objectives is to transform the profession. Hence, it is very important for us today to understand what the underlying issues are and challenges are with mentorship programs, so that Ccap can create offerings that are suitable for our candidates. So without perhaps delaying any further, I'm going to allow one of the presenters, I don't know whether Simone Reynolds, if they are in attendance. I can see Ms. Simone. Simone, do you want to share with us on screen your presentation, or would you like to talk to us the challenges you've encountered under your mentorship program? Thank you.
Sure, I will just share my screen. Let me know if you can't see it.
I can see your screen, Simone.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to present. My name is Simone Reynolds, and just a brief background. I did my undergraduate at the University of Pretoria, my postgraduate at the University of Johannesburg at the GSA, and I'm currently registered as a candidate at Gas Architecture Studios in Newtown. I wrote my PPE a short while ago, so hopefully I will be registered quite soon. My presentation just has a brief look at sort of the three main challenges that I faced during my candidacy period. The first one being the transition from the university into the workplace. The second being my period as a candidate architect. And the third is the challenges I faced while preparing for the professional practice exam. So just briefly in the workplace, the biggest challenge that I found was the major difference between my university education with what I was expected to do, especially during my first year at GAS. So you can see the left-hand side is a piece of my master's work, which I did at the GSA, a very theoretical, explorative kind of course. And then jumping straight into sort of technical documentation the year after that. It's quite a big gap in terms of what I felt most comfortable in. The second part of my presentation looks at sort of my candidacy period in terms of initially trying to select the appropriate mentor for myself. So where possible, and if you have the opportunity to sort of choose a mentor for yourself, and where one is not assigned to you, I would suggest that you go about this process very, very carefully. I would suggest that candidates have a look at the level of experience of people that they are considering having as their mentor. Is this person skilled enough to be able to teach you what you need to know during the formative years? Then do they allow you to sort of perform work that you have little to no experience in? Obviously, starting off as a candidate, you still have so much to learn, and will your mentor provide you the trust in order to do this? Along with that, obviously also comes the responsibility of the mentor to check your work. Thirdly, the effort that is required by your mentor. Do they have the time, patience, and willingness to teach you? Or are they perhaps just offering to be your mentor for the incentive of CPD points that they would get? Lastly, and most importantly, in my opinion, is the guidance that is required of mentors. Are they able to share their expert knowledge? Are they checking your work once again? And ultimately, will you learn something from your mentor? And then I also face challenges, particularly with the 4 categories of MTR that you are required to submit as a candidate. You can see sort of roughly the diagram presented below is the breakdown of what is most important in terms of the value units required. So you can see construction documentation requires 120 units, which is quite a large portion. And design documentation is a very small portion at 40 units. Whereas in reality, especially within my first year of working as a candidate, I found that the bulk of my time and efforts were expected to be directed towards project and office management, as well as design and design documentation. Obviously, this alters drastically over the period of your candidacy as you become more confident and competent in the work that you are doing. However, it is still difficult to attain the required MTRs within each category. For example, this is just a screenshot of my first year as a candidate in 2020. One can see here that my construction documentation units were lacking quite significantly at the end of the year. So in situations like this, I would suggest to candidates and future candidates to manage a balanced MTR by being diligent, keeping a logbook, and then inputting your MTR weekly. Because if you're only doing it at the end of the month, you are definitely going to forget what you have done at the beginning of the month. Then to schedule monthly meetings with your mentor so that you can sort of track your progress and be able to relate to them where you require more focus on certain categories, and then be able to adjust your workflow accordingly. And then just briefly, the method of inputting MTR into Ccap's website has proved to be quite a challenge for me, because, for example, 8 hours of doing construction documentation does not translate into 8 value units. So I had to sort of create this quite intense spreadsheet on the side here in order to figure out the correct units to input into Ccap's website. So just a suggestion from my side is that Ccap perhaps formulates a appropriate spreadsheet for candidates to use so that we are all on the same page with how we are inputting these sorts of items, and just to streamline the process a bit easily. And then lastly, I think perhaps my biggest challenge throughout my candidacy period was preparing for the PPE. So I found it increasingly difficult to find time to study while also maintaining my work life and my social life. You do need quite a lot of time to study for your PPE. It's an intense amount of documentation that you need to read through. So my suggestion here is to create a study plan 2 months ahead of the PPE. There's many resources online that can help you sort of plan this process, and then start studying at least a month ahead of your PPE. To cram in that amount of knowledge within a week, for example, is going to be impossible. Then source past papers and study aids from people that have previously completed their candidacy. Organize your files as per the syllabus, and then most important, in my opinion, is to form or join a study group. I found that to be incredibly valuable when preparing for my PPE. Then just 2 very helpful resources that are available to candidates to prepare for their exam is the SIRE study aid. However, this is quite expensive. And then also the PIA presents preparatory webinars in preparation for the PPE exams. However, these offer CPD credits, which I'm not exactly sure why that would be relevant to a candidate in the first place, as they don't need to log CPD points. Then it's expensive at 1,500 Rand per session. And then it takes place during working days within working hours. So it is very difficult to find time to do this unless you're going to take leave. So just the access to these very important resources is quite difficult. So lastly, my suggestion to Ccap is just to create sort of an online repository where past candidates and present candidates preparing for their PPE can sort of input their resources that are available to them. So past papers and memos. I know Ccap does provide about a year back in terms of past papers, but in preparation, I think you need to go through at least the past 5 years of past papers. And then also old study aids from SIRE. I know they are copyrighted, but perhaps there's a way to get around older study aids and not the ones that are released for the current PPE. And then also just for people currently preparing for their PPE, it would be very helpful for them to have access to personal learning material that they can share between each other, and also just
have access to local and online study groups. And that is my presentation. Thank you so much.
Simone, thank you for that presentation. It was well articulated. I liked how you've separated your presentation into the transition from university to work. You spoke to us about your candidacy period, the difficulty you faced in terms of submitting your monthly training records, and how to work out the value units. And you also spoke to us at length in terms of what advice you would give to Ccap in terms of having that online repository. What came out for me from your presentation was the advice given to candidates when choosing their mentors. For me, it's important because especially we as Ccap with various architectural categories, if you are a candidate architect, it's important to know the competency of your mentor, their experience, and in fact, their work ethics, because this will assist further on when needing to sign your monthly training records or gaining experience, or actually getting the necessary architectural exposure, such as doing sufficient working drawings. You don't want to be stuck in an office where you are doing door and window schedules. You want to be exposed to the full spectrum in terms of architectural work. And unfortunately, most practices don't expose candidates to some competencies such as, perhaps dealing with clients, procurement of work, office practice, code of conduct and ethics. Those would at times be not so focused when one is doing their mentorship program. So thank you, Simone, for highlighting some of these challenges, and it's greatly appreciated, and especially the advice on the online repository. Simone, I see perhaps you wanted to say a word or two further, or are you fine?
No, I'm fine. Thank you. I think you also wrap up a few of the points that I made quite well, especially in terms of the sort of the shift that needs to take place in the workplace for mentors to be able to give candidates the appropriate opportunity to complete a certain skill set required by your NTR, and not just design documentation, for example. So very valuable.
Thank you. Vice President Shongwe, I see your hand is up. Do you want to comment? VP, sorry to interject. Your audio seems to be not clear.
Yes, thanks, Councillor. Can you hear me now?
Yes, now you are audible. Yes, you are audible.
Just share a bit of some advice to the students while they are in their working years, and I saw someone had a comment being pigeonholed into doing little windows or whatnot have you, but you need to also ask to participate in XYZ. There's nothing wrong with the saying, I would like to get more exposure in this. Can I come with you when you're going to site, or I see you're going to go and see a client? I'm coming, can I come with you? I'm grabbing my boots. Because also, remember, you are also a willing participant in your own, you're an important participant in your own mentorship. And it can happen that sometimes your mentor is so tied up in other aspects of the business and the practice that they may, it may seem like they are a bit neglective, though they shouldn't be, but it happens. And it's sometimes not even entirely at fault. So that is where I would like you to immerse yourself. I got so much exposure from just saying, where are you going? I would actually stand up and then I would say, so where are you going? Oh no, I'm gonna see that site, da, da, da. And I'm like, I'm coming with you. And I'm grabbing my boots and they think, but you have a lot of work to do, Tabi. I'm like, yes, but I want to see that building. So don't forget that you are a youth, and part of being a youth is that you are youthful. So use your youthfulness to be able to push those boundaries and to get into those exposures in the job place. And you'll be surprised because they sometimes may think that you might not be interested. So ask and ask and ask and participate. Throw yourself into other aspects in the office. And I like what Simone raised about people. In fact, the study group thing, I loved it. And I think Councillor Vusi, that is going to solve so many issues. This study group idea, I think it's brilliant. And the study plan, oh goodness, guys, study plan is everything. You can't start 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Sometimes even a month is not enough. I mean, you know yourself. If you're a person that catches data easily, what? I mean, this is the platform, so I'm going to advise on what I did. Is that I got the study guide and I got the JBCC, and I also got past papers. You put your papers and your books on your table, and only focus on what the study guide is telling you to work on, so that you're able to channel that. And then you have your days of the timetable. So what I did is I took the sheets. I counted how many sheets. Say maybe in total there's 270, including the JBCC. Then I divided that 270 sheets to the days of the calendar of preparation. Give yourself about a week before the exams with just for revision. And then I realized, okay, it means each and every single day I must read 6 pages. 6 pages, maybe to you to be 10, I don't know. And then in that morning, I read my 6 pages, and then I made my notes. And in the evening, I revised my 6 pages. Then you're done for the day. Then you're moving on. Tomorrow in the morning, and then in the evening, you're revising. In the morning, and then in the evening, you're revising. But then you can also switch it up to studying new data in the evening, and then you're revising in the morning. And then once you're done with that, you've moved on. And one thing that I found is also was extremely helpful was to take my books with me everywhere I went. If I was standing in a bank at a queue, I was reading my JBCC or was reading my notes. And my notes came with me everywhere. And there's a psychological feeling of taking your books with you. You feel like even if you're at a braai and they're next to you, that information is going in you. So that is just my way of trying to share what I did. And it helped because I'm not a person of data. I'm a person of images, and I knew that reading was just going to throw me off. So I had to have that study plan, and then you try in every way to stick to it. Anytime you find sitting and you're idling, you have your books with you. You are making a sandwich, you have your books with you, and it helps. All right?
Yes. Yes. Vice President, sorry to interject. I see the hand from Advocate Fiduli. We are slightly behind our schedule. After the registrar has spoken, I'm going to allow Ms. Chilizi and Ms. Tanya to do their presentation in that order. Advocate, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Simone, for the presentation. I think the points are well made. We've taken note of them. Where we need to improve, we're going back to the drawing table to look at how we can make things better in the website. I think Kimberly Rowan is here. She'll take notes of all those things and try to address those things. But my question is, to what extent during your mentorship are you exposed to the code of conduct? Because what we pick up at Ccap, that there are a lot of candidates who may not really appreciate the ethics and the code of conduct. And I'm saying that because we find complaints coming to say that this candidate is doing work for the public without mentorship. To what extent, are you exposed to the code of conduct, as a candidate? Is this something that is there in the practice, is been promoted, or what is the environment with regard to ethics?
To be honest with you, I wasn't exactly aware that the code of conduct existed until I wrote my PPE exam. So I would suggest that it could be sort of introduced to candidates from their registration. I know it is, in hindsight, I've noticed that it had been emailed on the same day that I registered as a candidate. But apart from that, not really. I think it is something that could be sort of drilled on candidates a lot more.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Registrar. Thank you, Simone. Can we now have a presentation from Chiliti Ofani? Is she in attendance, Ms. Chiliti? Thank you, Chiliti.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Just a quick test.
Yes, we can hear you. Okay. Thank you for the lively voice. Thank you. You may proceed.
Okay. All right. Let me just set up my, sorry. I want to share. How do I share with this thing?
There's a green, okay.
Yes, no, sorry. Afternoons I didn't manage to actually get my coffee, so I am a little slow. Apologies, but I think I'm on track now. Let's see, let's start you from the beginning. Okay, can everyone see my screen? Can you see what I'm sharing?
Yes, your screen is visible. We can see. Thank you. You may proceed, Chiliti.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Chiridi Ofani Mavunga. I am a candidate architect at present. I studied at UCT. I did my undergraduate, and I did my postgraduate at Wits University. Right, so I was invited here to share sort of a bit of my experience as a candidate. And so let us begin. The disconnect. I feel like the disconnect, this is how I would sort of term the issues I faced, or challenges that I believe that most of us face going into our candidacies, and actually just as we progress through becoming on our road to becoming full architects. So we're looking at the role players. We're looking at Ccap, archi schools, archi firms, and then the rest of us, right? This is sort of the realm, the context that we operate in. For my presentation though, I will be looking at just the archi firms and the candidacies particularly. I just do want to make note in the slide that in my experience, if you look at the graph that has been shown on the screen currently, you can see there is no direct relationship between candidates and Ccap. I won't lie, in my experience, Ccap really didn't exist until you had to actually leave to go do your year out. Other than that, Ccap really, at least in my experience and in my realm of education, was not a thing or a person of sorts. So the challenges, I feel like challenges that an intern will face. There we go. One, these are the challenges of an intern architect, aka the sort of normal challenges that any of you will face when entering into your candidacy and looking for a job. When starting, I think when starting working as a professional environment with experienced people, the first major challenge comes across as expression. Coming into a workspace and trying to find your feet and have a voice is very difficult, especially because it's really a huge difference from when you're at school and when you're now working with professionals. There is that gap, and that's normal. And adjusting to working culture and custom takes time, but it's normal. Don't panic. I think another issue is obviously trying to cope with the pace. You know, if you are already struggling with deadlines from varsity, I promise you now you will struggle with them going into work. The pace of work is massively different, and it will take some adjustment. That is allowed. Do not panic. Sudden shifts to longer working hours, that unfortunately is very normal. I thought, yes, can't wait to get into the work-life payment. And also I would be able to go home and sleep. That is a lie. Deadlines can sometimes creep. Time management will be a thing till the day you die as an architect. Unawareness, sorry. What do I mean by unawareness? Obviously, when you get into a new working environment, there are things you will not know. There are ways of working and certain mindsets and certain habits that you will not be accustomed to or be aware of, and that's fine. I do believe that you will pick these up as you continue to progress and actually, you know, become accustomed. And I mean, you get used to a place where you work. You'll make friends, you'll make enemies, you'll know who to talk to, you'll know who to go to. Time. Do not be afraid of that. To learn and unlearn, sometimes what you learn has to be relearned or unlearned when you start working professionally, because every place has its cultural and climatic varying priorities, and sometimes you might have to learn something entirely new and different, and that is okay. The transition order to achieve sometimes something, and sometimes you might have to unlearn something, but you'll never be losing any knowledge from your experience. Feeling involved at a new place, and entering as a new setup is always a challenge. No matter how old or young, transition is always difficult. That is a given. So choosing wisely. So there's been a very big discussion about how to sort of choose where you should go work. I think that one thing I would say in my experience is that, or one sort of notion that has always existed since the beginning of time, is that smaller practices give you more experience, and that's where you're going to learn, because you're going to have so many responsibilities. Bigger firms, you're just going to be stuck and pigeonholed. And I think that this is a notion that we must completely destroy, because it is so untrue. So untrue, at least in my experience. I believed in this notion, and I specifically went hunting for small to medium firms. I eventually ended up at a firm of about 4 people. And I tell you, the thing with small firms is, yes, you're exposed, you will get exposed, but you're exposed also to all the negative things and practices of a firm if it is not functional. For instance, you will find that there is not enough resources for you to get help from. The workload will be insanely unfair, especially if it's a small company that's trying to build up. And I think that's also, one must also consider why small firms look for students or take in a big amount of new graduates, because you will be overworked. There is a really high possibility you will be overworked. Whereas with bigger firms, I think the issue is that you can get lost in bigger firms, or you can actually be exposed with good reason to different kinds of projects, and you get swapped around, which I thought was much better for me personally, as someone who started first in small firms and then progressed to a bigger firm. I think if I really had to choose between which experience was better, the bigger firms were. I think they had more of a plan for who and what I should be doing. And from there, it was easier to sort of, and there were more people to sort of ask for help and ask direction from. This is, okay. So my main challenge, or the bulk of my presentation, is what I believe is the challenge with candidacies. And as I mentioned in the slide before, is that I think the issue is there is a lack of planned mentorship programs within architectural practice as a whole. How does the lack of mentoring plan in architectural firms affect candidates, architects in architectural practice? Professional development is stagnant. Unless employees have a good reason or encouraged to develop professionally, they may not give or care. I feel like I wasn't really given, now looking back, I feel like I wasn't really given direction on how to sort of plan out my career, how to think about growing within the firm or within the industry in itself. I believe that this also contributes to a quick turnover of employees within practice and architectural practice. I think also as a candidate, one thing I would say is do not be afraid to leave. Do not be afraid to leave a firm. I mean, you will make a decision on a firm, but remember, you are just coming in. You won't know really the quality or the value of a firm, unfortunately, until you get in there. You won't know if your mentor is actually any good until you actually start getting mentored from them, unless what was referred to as in one of the previous talks about sort of generational architects, people who have family members or friends or network of existing architects, then that's a little bit easier. But when you are coming from it cold stone, you really have no idea what kind of quality or how to suss out whoever you need. So I believe that having a mentorship program within practice will help, first of all, less turnovers within companies and also growth. Industry practicing branding and tarnishing and growth as a profession is stagnant. I wanted to actually pose this question at a later stage, but I wanted to actually find out from Ccap, what is the number of people versus who actually started school and register? I wonder if you've actually mapped out how many people or where the numbers start dropping, because I believe that architecture is currently still on South Africa's scarce skills list. And I think that's, I mean, that's also not surprising if I think about how easy it is or how many times I thought about quitting. A lot of companies and cultures are very unwelcoming and unhealthy. So I feel like there is also within architectural practice, you'll have management, you'll have middle management, and you'll have your, as you call it, CAD monkeys. Sometimes having that middle management or having a program that can sort of be your go-to, the bridge between high management and your candidates is really important. I believe that's actually where the culture is set up. And especially when an environment is not welcoming, it's because there is a lack of understanding, there's a lack of not knowing what is needed or expected of you. And I feel like these are sort of the nuances of things that come from not having a planned program of, yes, we have candidates, but what do you actually do with them? What actually is the training plan with these candidates? I think contributors of this, obviously within the architectural practices, there is no actual structure. If I was to think about it, if I think about the first practice I entered into, which was the small practice, there really was no, this is how we work, this is what we do, this is no prep, no sort of introductory, this is how we save, this is how, and you find those little things start to eat up time. And they become kind of important in how you sort of push out and figure out your workflow. Another thing that I think was a contributor is a way of working. And I think this sort of relates back to schooling days. I mean, if students are already having, and which also came up in some of our earlier discussions, if the issue is they are not coping with workload or not knowing how to sort of work and figure out how to manage and what tools and how to sort of create systems, there is no ways they are going to figure it magically in the first year of working. And that also becomes problematic because then, you know, you get discouraged because you think you're slow, you think you don't know, you think, oh, what is wrong with me? And I mean, if I think about it from my personal experiences, that I was told a lot that I'm too slow, I'm not working fast enough. And I didn't understand why, like, what am I not doing right? In fact, it would even lead to those extra hours and working late at night, which again, not healthy, but you know, you're trying to figure out and find your space. And I think now looking back at it, is actually finally I managed to get a mentor to actually show me, look, with Revit, do this, use these shortcuts, and that makes your workflow go faster. So I think there's a bit of a training or gap there that needs to be addressed, and that I think also as candidates who are soon coming in and students who are still students currently, I think really start looking at how do you produce the work you produce, right? What takes you the longest? Try to figure out ways to make that move faster for you. I wish someone had sat me down and gave me that sort of mindset talk, but that's something you also discover. And I think that's also a bridge that can be gapped when you go into practice. And then there's all these other lovely problems that I think contribute to what the need for a planned mentorship in architectural practices. Ineffective mentoring pairs, I think if I look back at my now working in a more commercial firm, I think being paired up with a good mentor is very important. And you'll hear that from, I'm sure from the next speaker as well. Having the right mentor is so crucial. But I also believe that, you know, I think it's unfair to put the expectation of knowing what kind of mentor you need on someone who just enters work. It's insane. It's like telling a matric student, you must know what your lecturer is going to teach you at varsity. There's no ways. I believe that management should take control of that. And I think that's maybe where also Ccap might come in and help sort of formulate and regulate that in some way. Just thoughts. Unrealistic expectations. I believe that, you know, let's be honest, the amount of work one is expected to do with the competency that one comes into practice with is hugely lacking. It doesn't make sense. It puts unnecessary pressure, I feel, on us as candidates, and we internalize that, and that in itself is already an unhealthy practice. I think also unmotivated mentors. Yes, CPD, I think needs to be monitored there, as you've heard from other speakers as well, and students even, that mentorship really is just it's an exercise. It's really hard, especially also within an architectural. Let me put it into a story context. So at the firm I was working at, I was assigned a mentor. She was great, nothing really wrong with her. But then the issue is that they place you into different projects, which is great. You're getting experience. But the issue is that I found that I was spending more time with a certain principal architect, and he was the one who was actually training me, actually putting the work in, and actually showing, but he didn't collect any of the CPD points for all that I've learned. And that's one thing I do regret. But I also put that back on management, that they should have sort of aligned if there was a plan. I think also the way working practice in the architecture field, management of that could have been handled better. Yes, and I think that's most of my thoughts on the matter, is that I do think most of the challenges that can be taken care of for candidates in terms of ways of working, being more productive and contributing, and quality can be handled internally by architectural firms. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Chilitsi, for taking us through your personal experience. It was well presented. You spoke to us about the disconnect between Ccap, various architectural learning sites, practices and candidates. You also spoke to us about the transition from varsity to work and the challenges you've encountered. And you also did speak quite a lot on the lack of planned mentorship programs within architectural practices, which is quite grateful for us as Ccap, because we really need to understand where the concerns or the challenges are in terms of various mentorship programs. I had a query at the back of my mind, but seeing that we slightly running below a schedule, perhaps I would allow the registrar or the vice president if they have comments. But my query, Chilitsi, was really on the issue, having worked in a small practice and obviously being mentored by a professional architect. In instances where you find that you do work for your own clients as a candidate, how have you went about the issue of registration and mentorship for the plus 94 participants who are listening now? Is that clear, Chilit?
No, sorry, can you rephrase it a bit? So you're asking me?
Yes, so I'm asking you, you have a private job, but you're a candidate. How did you deal with that with your employer? Or how do you go about that? Did you accept work as a candidate?
I don't know. You know what you're asking me is illegal, right? You're asking me, have I done it?
No, I'm asking your personal experience. I'm asking, how have you dealt with it so we guide the 95 participants?
Participants. Okay, so let me start all the way from, you are tricky, I see you. I would like to refer back to the first question or the first presentation where the question was asked, when did in our span actually meet up with the code of conduct for Ccap? Yes, I believe at some point now looking back, an email was sent, but in your practice and even in architectural practice with professionals, the code of conduct never comes up. It really never comes up. You only learn about it really when you're preparing for your PPE exam. And for all the students who are still coming to become candidates, you are not allowed, according to the code of conduct, you are not allowed to take on clients, right? But I would also be lying if I said I didn't take on private clients, but I took on private clients in terms of my family members, you know, and I probably only started taking on private clients in my second year when I felt also confident that I could kind of do it. And it was small jobs, small renovations, things that are not huge, you know, small little things that you can practice. And also, I think that really did help me develop my Revit skills and computer skills. But obviously, you're working with family. It's not the same thing when you actually get a client. But I think I would encourage candidates, though, especially for just career development and for your own sake or your own development. I do think take on family projects, take on small renovations within your family or within the context that you can. If you can find someone to support you, like your mentor, and they encourage you to do work and they are happy to sort of be like your person for that, I'm not really actually against that practice. I think I became better because I understood now. I had to sort of be my own entrepreneur. I had to figure out my time. I had to figure out how to do things quickly. I had to research things that I wasn't necessarily being exposed to at my main work. So I think be careful, tread very carefully with that. First of all, again, you're not supposed to do that, code of conduct, but I do think small projects with your family, friends, you know, and seeing what little jobs they're doing, that's actually, I was lucky. My family went through a period where we had family members were busy building houses. So I got to meet a lot of contractors and, you know, get exposed and meet their actual architects that were helping them. And actually, I big ups to my parents. When they were building their home, they actually, part of the negotiations with their architect was that I must help him and go through the process with him. And that was very helpful to me.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chiliti, for that insight. Through one, when you're a candidate, you cannot be taking on architectural work. You can only do so under the direct supervision and mentorship of a registered professional. But I just wanted to hear from yourself, because we are finding a lot of candidates who are violating that provision within the Act or the code by taking on work. Some candidates are actually registering practices in their names, and they continue to do work. And yes, Chiliti?
Sorry, yes, I agree with you. I actually was probably one of those candidates at some point who tried to register a firm. That's before I sat down for my PPA exam, and then was notified that I cannot. I think that also just speaks to the condition of COVID that was happening, and also the let's be serious. You are underpaid as a candidate going into, you are truly underpaid as a candidate. And for the amount of work that you do and the things you have to pay off, it's insane. So yeah, I think I do want to query Ccap on that, because especially with, first of all, the conditions that our economy is in. I get that there must be some kind of oversight, but I did not see the issue when I was going into practice with two fully professional friends of mine who are professional architects, and I wanted to also be a partner. I didn't understand why now that is such a problem that I couldn't, yes, let them take, they would sign, in my mind, it's the idea that they would sign for everything. They would check the work, obviously still. But now as a candidate, I can't have shares in the company. I can't be part of the company in terms of management. And I think that's very short-sighted, actually.
Okay. All right, thank you, Chiliti. VP, any comments? I see your hand is up.
Okay, thanks for asking a very tough and interesting question. You know, at the end of the day, we know, we practice the same regulations, and all of these regulations are also set up in order to indirectly protect you. Now, as a candidate, you just cannot sign off work, and it's better to just complete what you need to complete and then start as a practitioner, because you'll be covered with your insurance in case of things going bad. Now, when you are not a registered professional and you're a candidate and you take up projects, it sounds nice and it's exciting and you get some money here and there. It really is exciting, but when the whatever hits the fan, you will be thrown into court and you will have no support and no backup plan. So maybe the risk for doing it for your parents is that, in your family, they might not see you. But however, at the end of the day, you can also spoil relationships by having done something wrong or incorrect or overcommitting yourself to family. And then another thing, candidacy is not a fraud. It's exactly that. It's candidacy. It's additional vocational schooling just to help you to get through and to get onto get onto the other side. So try not to partner up with anything at this point in time. And if someone does come to you and says, look, I have a project, I'd like you to do X, Y, Z, maybe take it to your employer and say, this is what has been given here, like Councillor Wusi said. And then you get even better exposure in it, and you get to learn exactly how do you sign in a client? How do you do this? How do you do that from scratch? So thanks, Councillor Wusi.
Thank you, VP. I think the Vice President's audio was not quite clear there, but what I could make up is that she's agreeing with the sentiments that candidate architects or any other candidate must carry out work, under a direct supervision of a mentor. Chilizi, thank you for that presentation. I'm now going to allow Ms. Tanya Harry Prasad. I apologize if I didn't pronounce that.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tajna Solsha Hari Prasad. If you can't pronounce it, think of the Taj Mahal. Okay, I'm just gonna share my screen with you guys. Okay, all right. So I've been tasked with sharing some of the challenges faced by candidates during the mentorship period. A little about myself, firstly. Like I said earlier, my name is Tajna. I have a bachelor's degree from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I am currently a candidate architectural technologist, and I am being mentored by a senior architectural technologist since May last year. Okay, so a little bit about my mentorship experience thus far before I get into it. Most of the points have already been covered by the previous speakers, so I think let's consider this a summary. Okay, simply put, my mentorship experience has been holistic, productive, with loads of fun and learning curves. I have had exposure to all facets of the built environment, namely financiers, investors, and developers, not forgetting clients and homeowners, construction and engineering teams, as well as other architects and designers. I know the other speakers have mentioned, working for larger firms. I'm currently working for just a single architect, so basically it's the two of us, so two-man firm. Okay, yeah, so I'm currently working on, and I am involved in various projects, obviously under my mentor. Example, private residential, high density residential, light industrial. And I've had interaction thus far with all role players in a residential development, which was very exciting to be involved in the business side of it, to learn how to deal with clients and how to conduct yourself in meetings with investors and funders, and the kinds of questions you should be asking or the kinds of questions you shouldn't be asking. So that was very interesting for me, and that was a new experience. I'm currently working on practicing the 4 phases of architecture efficiently with my mentor's guidance. Okay, I have also been tasked with compiling funding proposals for a new residential development. I think my experience hasn't been limited to sitting at a desk and pushing out schedules and drawing plans. My mentor tries to incorporate a whole variety of experiences and tasks. I have been made aware of the importance of project analysis, the economic factors, social factors, supply and demand, key financial assumptions, and other factors relating. We also place great emphasis on passive green buildings, minimizing energy consumption, whereas in campus it was done theoretically. And now I'm, doing these things practically and on a daily basis. Okay, so most of my work is done remotely. I am from KZN and my mentor is in Gauteng. So that was by my choice. When I emailed Ccap to help me find a mentor, I was asked where would I like, to be mentored closer to home, and I opted for Johannesburg because I planned to relocate. So I figured that's the best way to get the most exposure, most experience over there, and to basically get my foot in the door. And it has been a very rewarding experience, considering that I come from a very small town. The architecture done here is very different from the things I've been exposed to in Johannesburg. Things are just done on a much larger scale. Okay, so some of the skills that have been improved through the mentorship, conceptual design, product design, and interior design. My mentor and I discuss these things on a daily basis. Whenever we see something interesting or something that catches our eye, we basically analyze, dissect, why was it done this way? What could you have done to improve it? It's little conversations like that makes me feel like I'm being mentored and not just working for or under someone. So a lot of emphasis is placed on design development, hand graphics. I know the VP mentioned that she loves to sketch while she's waiting in a queue. We tend to do that when we're waiting at council as well. So that's where we do a lot of our conceptual drawings and a lot of our discussion and prelim work that's done with the two of us just together. I also spend a lot of time rendering. As you guys know, clients love pretty pictures and sometimes they don't understand the inner workings of things. But if something's presented properly, then, they believe we can get the job done. So that's just some, and then architectural design, landscape design, and urban planning. That's just a bit of what I have been exposed to and what my mentor places emphasis on. Okay, so I would like to discuss with you the daily challenges of a remote mentorship. I know everybody's working remotely now, but being in two different provinces, it does have its challenges, especially with travel costs gone up, and you guys know the deal, everything that's happening currently in our country. Okay, so owing to the COVID-19 pandemic, working remotely has become the new normal. This means that one-to-one interaction and support is limited. I do find this lacking in my mentorship now and then. I do, however, travel to Johannesburg to meet with my mentor every month or so. I try as much as possible. We try and group activities according to priority so that we can accomplish a lot more when I'm there and we are together. So we do have a lot of one-to-one interaction, but sometimes when I need a little assistance, and then I tend to really feel it lacking, especially when I'm busy with submission drawings and the technical side of it, when I actually need somebody sitting by me and saying, okay, fine, this is what you do, this is what you don't do. So scheduling and time management, frequent updates have to be made priority. It is important to ensure that both the mentor and mentee are on the same page at every stage of the project. I'd hate to be left behind on a project and my mentor has moved to the next stage and I'm still busy with something else. So we try and keep up. A lot of housekeeping is done so that we remain on the same page. A lot of updates, especially during design development. I think that's where a lot of the changes are made. So we do try our best to remain on top of things. Site visits and meetings with clients need to be scheduled well in advance with contingencies in place in case of delays. Everyone knows with COVID now, well, I think things are starting to ease up a bit, but previously interaction with clients and interaction with the rest of the professional team was very limited. And as much as we are still connected online, and I can't say that it is the same, and I'm sure a lot of you would agree with me. Also, plan submissions are now done online. This isn't ideal, and very little or no contingencies are in place to accommodate unforeseen circumstances or load shedding. I know the previous speakers have touched on load shedding, so I understand that there's not much that we can do, but it is a bit of an inconvenience, or more than a bit actually. Okay, so in a remote mentorship, you experience delays in response times, because my mentor would be working on something else and I would as well. Deadlines and correspondence are an everyday struggle in a remote mentorship. However, WhatsApp is a great tool. We share regular updates of work in progress over WhatsApp. The response time saves us time in the entirety of a project. We also use WhatsApp to share site pictures, keep track of documentation, and send pictures of any interesting architectural details that we may see. Okay, yeah, so the impact of load shedding on scheduling and deadlines. It was mentioned previously as well that we need to accommodate for load shedding when we schedule our deadlines. So I think that was a very important point made, and I hope many of us start to implement that. Travel costs and travel time also is a bit of a concern for me. I'm not sure if other candidates, like I mentioned before, are doing a remote mentorship like I am, but that's also something that I have to consider. Okay, as discussed previously as well, I'm just going to run through this quite quickly. Finding a dedicated mentor. Okay, so mentors are crucial to the architectural industry. They guide and shape the next generation of architects. They basically give us a glimpse of what life as an architect is like. They are a catalyst for our development. They should be consistent and resourceful. I believe that the compatibility between the mentor and mentee is paramount for a successful mentorship. A level of understanding must be achieved from the onset to ensure a smooth sailing mentorship. I know this to be very important because it's exactly what my mentor and I did. So we basically shared our thoughts on what this program, on what our expectations of this program, what they are. And we made sure we were on the same page, and it's basically a give and take from the start, so that has to be established as well, because candidates shouldn't feel like they are the only ones receiving the assistance, the knowledge. You have just as much to give. Okay, so communication and an open dialogue needs to be maintained through the mentorship in order to remain ahead of any issues that may arise. These issues pop up at all stages of the mentorship. I know they pop up daily for my mentor and I. So we try and keep an open dialogue about these issues, be it professional issues, be it travel and scheduling issues. We just try our best to remain on top of things. Okay, so an exchange of ideas, principles, and ethics must be shared. The mentor and mentee relationship should extend beyond the scope of the program. So I know this to be important because I have learned things like how to correspond with other professionals. I have learned how to take care of my admin, all being part of this mentorship, all working under my mentor. And it's important to learn these skills as much as they are life skills as well. I think it's very specific to our industry, and there's a certain language that you need to maintain being an architect, being a candidate. And the only way you can learn that is from a mentor who is dedicated and who is willing to teach you the things beyond the scope. Okay, a healthy balance of praise and constructive criticism is key to maintaining a certain standard of work and to improve your current skills and knowledge. A good mentor will create a strategy to fit your specific needs, talents, and skills in order to help you become more of who you already are. It is important to understand that it is a two-way relationship. This relationship is mutually beneficial and needs to be taken seriously by both parties. A good mentor introduces you to life in practice and gives you practical advice on working as an architect. Having the opportunity to reflect on your own goals and the direction you want to go in the industry is of utmost importance. A mentor should never hinder your potential, but rather uplift you and support your directions and goals. The right mentor will aid you in developing key skills and provide access to one-to-one support. Remember, half the battle is won if you have a dedicated mentor. I know even though my mentorship is remote, one of the things that my mentor and I do is we print out our drawings and we redline them. So if I send him a drawing, he prints it out, he redlines it, and he sends it back. And I think that is so helpful in the sense that he doesn't really need to do that. He could just tell me what changes to make, where I went wrong, he can guide me, but he actually takes pen to paper and he redlines the drawing. And I have a progression from the first time that he did it to my most recent drawing. And I'm needing less and less supervision because I have grown to learn the standard that he expects, the standard that I have to give off. And that is extremely helpful. Just a thing like redlining a drawing that you tend to take, for example, when you tend to take for granted when you're out of campus, for example. So I find that extremely helpful, especially in a remote mentorship. So I don't feel like I'm really lacking the one-to-one in situations like that. Committing to the mentorship. Commitment is the first step, and understanding where support is needed is crucial. Adapting to the work environment and coping in fast-paced, deadline-driven environments will only happen once you have committed to the mentorship. It is important to set out expectations and roles of the mentorship at inception. This is important to establish an efficient strategy. The relationship between mentor and mentee ought to be mutually beneficial. Okay, so I know overdependence is a topic that's been touched on previously, but I'd just like to share something quickly. So overloading the mentee with information and expecting the mentee to absorb all of it is unrealistic, to put it plainly. Conversely, the mentee may expect the mentor to provide more support and direction than is reasonable under the circumstances. A mentee should never rely too heavily on the mentor's approval. Rather than moving forward towards independence, the mentee might check in with the mentor before making decisions out of fear of making a mistake or receiving criticism. From my experience, the only way you're going to learn is if you make those mistakes. I think fear of making mistakes is just going to hinder your own process, towards becoming a professional architect. So never be afraid. Your mentor is there to correct you, to support you, never to criticize you and, make you feel fearful of making mistakes. Okay, so curbing unrealistic expectations. A mentorship is a learning experience, and learning comes by making mistakes, like I've said. Okay, allowing yourself to adapt to the work environment is key for a healthy mindset for the rest of your mentorship. I know we've spoken about mental health earlier on. I think that it's such a sensitive topic and it's not spoken about enough. Students that do not cope with the workload in campus usually have these issues recurring when they start work or their candidacy. And I think it's something that we need to have an open dialogue about. And I think it's something that we need to take seriously and we need to provide the support needed. Okay, so fast-paced, deadline-driven environments can be daunting. You should allow yourself time to ask questions, query amendments, and shout for assistance. Okay, so the biggest challenge yet, these are just a few of the challenges that I've noted. They have been touched on previously, so I'm just going to run through it very, very quickly. Okay, inadequately prepared architecture graduates. University graduates receive a culture shock when entering the work environment. A lack of practical knowledge postgraduate is an issue across most universities. Recent graduates are unaware of the procedures regarding council submissions, building regulations, and environmental impact factors, as we've spoken about before. The mentorship program aids in bridging the gap from campus to the work environment. Another challenge is the fact that council provides little to no support to candidates and professionals. I think we've all experienced this time and time again. I hope after today's webinar and today's discussion, I hope that this improves. Understanding and respecting the confidentiality of projects and clients needs to be emphasized during the mentorship period, as this has legal implications. So I think this circles back to the code of conduct. My mentor does enforce it. He does enforce it with me. He always speaks about copyright issues and confidentiality and the other aspects of the code of conduct. So I am aware of it. In terms of knowing anything more than what he has told me, no, I do not. Okay, so the current political climate in South Africa deters foreign investors and their involvement in our developments in South Africa. So I believe that this poses a challenge to candidates, to students, because we're not receiving as much exposure as we should. Yeah, so, and the poor economic climate in South Africa, we all know that time is money, and it's not always feasible for architects to take on mentees, because it takes time and it takes effort and it takes you know, a sort of commitment to take someone under your wing. So that's also an issue. Unpaid mentorships are becoming increasingly difficult to prioritize. As it was mentioned before, candidates earn very little or nothing at all, and you know, they have to provide and they have to take care of bills, and therefore they take on other work and other jobs. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed as well. Okay, yeah, so thank you. I would just like to mention that this mentorship has been a great experience for me thus far. I would, you know, I'm so grateful for this opportunity because I have learned so much from my mentor. It's beyond the scope of architecture. It's just it's holistic learning, to say the least. And in our spare time, as you can see, that's a picture of a Russian church in Midrand. I'm not even going to try to pronounce the name, but yeah, so in our spare time, we visit cultural buildings, historical buildings, anything that we see, anything that catches our eye. So as stressful and as much work as this mentorship is, it's not all work and no play. Thank you.
Thank you, Tajna. Thank you for taking us through your presentation. Vice President, I see your hand is up. I'm going to hand over to you as the program director shortly. Tajna, you spoke to us about a number of things relating to mentorship. I was a bit concerned when you indicated that you are being mentored remotely or virtually. Obviously, you know, with the advent of the fourth industrial revolution, you know, the world has become smaller, you know, with WhatsApp and other technologies such as Zoom. It has become easier to now discuss and you know, virtually with people across the world. You know, the concern I was having, especially in architecture, because architecture is a process of making. You know, I can scribble on this drawing and send to you to amend, but the process of making the thinking process, is critical, because as and when I'm marking and I'm annotating this drawing, there's a thinking process, that needs to be transferred from mentor and mentee. And I think, it could be a challenge, because you're going to lack that, quite a lot, because in as much as you are doing this work remotely, but the process of making architecture for me, is quite critical for one to grasp, during your candidacy period. VP, I'm now handing over to yourself, Tajna. I know you want to respond, but let me hand over to the program director, because we are a little bit behind schedule, and I know Mr. Naika is eager to start with his presentation also. So let me hand over to yourself, Vice President. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, my good Councillor Vusi. I'm going to jump in a bit of some defense for Taj there. So Taj, you don't need to come and respond back, but I'll take this chance to respond for you. Councillor Vusi, it works. It works, and it works beautifully, because now what Taj has just explained, and so passionately, is that we are now in a situation where we have to be working remotely. And I also have a candidate that is sitting in Pietermaritzburg, and it works like a charm. And WhatsApp is everything, like what Taj has explained, and the critting works, the on-day continuous communication. My candidate is always saying, yo, I am learning so much from you, ma'am. I'm learning so much. I'm learning so much. So I think what Taj is explaining is just that commitment with a candidate coming together with a mentor and saying, what do we have? We have data, we have WhatsApp, and we're going to make this work. And I can tell you she's learning a lot in the stuff that she is saying. So we had to adapt, Councillor Vusi, we had to adapt. And I think this way it also opens for other mentors to want to take on other candidates and to actually say that it is possible. Did I say the right thing, Taj? Nod.
Yes.
Done. Okay, great. Thanks. Okay, well then, I'm glad, and thank you for explaining that. And just before I give to the next speaker, I also appreciate that you highlighted that you're working for a one-person practice, and just listen to the exposure that you are having. And I think that should also just show the candidates that do not say that you can't be with a one-person practice, because what's important is to get you through candidacy with somebody that is passionate about architecture. It does not matter whether it's a big firm or a small firm. Exposure is exposure, and it's better than no exposure. So great stuff. I'd like to give our next space to, it's Akil. I think it's Akil that's going to be the next speaker.
Yes, it's Akil, that's right.
Yeah, go on.
Thank you very much. Akil here with the embattled power utility. I have no lights at the moment, but I'm going to do my best to share my screen and have a conversation with whoever is present here. So I'm just going to share my screen very quickly, and I'm hoping that you all will be able to see it. I'm going to continue, even if you guys can't see it. And if someone really has a problem, then somebody's going to shout and tell me, Keel, we can't see it. So I'm going to go for that very quickly. Great. So my screen, which should be on your screen now, is the Ccap Youth Webinar Overview, the SciApp network. Now, I've listened quite attentively to what all the students and young professionals have been saying. And I myself, in my capacity as a lecturer, as a program coordinator at CAT4Org, in my capacity as well as one of the founders of my own organization, an architect, in my capacity as one of the founders for SciApp, and also in my capacity as an alumni from the University of Pretoria, I had to mentor students last year who are in undergraduate moving on to the working world. And I was very fortunate to have had 11 mentees whom I otherwise would never have had if it had not been for remote learning. And I do, for one, also champion remote learning, remote mentoring. And as you might see, a lot of my belief system is maybe technologically skewed. Skewed because I believe in the power of technology to be a tool for transformation. And I believe it's a very strong tool to do that. And so let's get into it and what we're talking about. And I think what needs to be mentioned as well is that there's always going to be problems. Forever, students, candidates, professionals, there will always be problems. There were a number of my students that were here earlier on. I see some of them have had to leave, but for those who are my students here, this is also for you. For those who are young professionals, it's for you. And for those who are candidates, it's for you as well. Because I was also in the same boat not too long ago. Today, what we're going to talk about I have about 20 minutes because that's about as long as my laptop's battery will last. Why do we exist? Who is SIAP, or the South African Young Architectural Professionals Network? We say SIAP for now because it's a bit easier, sounds a bit nicer. Why do we exist? The first thing we talk about. Second, we'll talk about the gaps to bridge and talk about things that Liam had mentioned and things that Simone had mentioned and things that all of the speakers, the students had mentioned. Progress made, and then more problems to solve. And if you can see the little comments and maybe below them, you can see the first one is why do we exist? Why shouldn't we exist is really the idea. The next is the gaps to bridge, professional students, high schoolers. On progress made, how far along are we? And then more problems to solve. There are always going to be problems. And so let's have a look at it. Who is SIAP? Who is the South African Young Architectural Professionals Network? So first, if you look on the far left-hand side of my screen, you'll see that we approach Ccap with problems. You know, I must commend Ccap firstly. I was in 2018, 2019, part of what you might call the retrenchment phase companies going through in architecture. I was a very angry person at the time. And there's a lot of blame I wanted to place on somebody. And I felt perhaps maybe the first person to complain to was Ccap. So I approached Ccap with my problems. In fact, I wrote a mail at about 2 in the morning and accidentally typed in the last letters in all caps. And to my response, Advocate Fiduli responded actually the next day and was like, Akil, why don't we have a conversation? And so I'm not the only one who's done things like this. I must also mention I am part of I'm quite privileged to have had the opportunity to have access to resources and to some degree to be able to articulate myself so someone would hear me in an email format. But there's many people who complain about these things, and perhaps these issues fall upon deaf ears. But that isn't the case, and isn't what happened with Ccap. So I approached Ccap with these problems, and I then was channeled to the correct parties. I had spoken to people like Kimberly Rowan, Ricky Moodley, and Tokoza Masango, who all very, very delicately guided me and explained processes and assisted me. And so Tokoza had put me in contact with a gentleman called Papama Nkandi. And together, Papama Nkandi, Tokoza, and myself organized last year what was the first youth webinar. And so you can see here on my diagram, number one, I had to first voice my opinions. Nobody was going to know that I was having a problem if I was very quiet about it. I hope that I wasn't disrespectful in the way I voiced my opinions, but I really appreciate that I was heard, and that's what's happening today. Next, Tokoza put us together to create a team of wish lists, you might say, of people who we wanted to be part of this webinar. And so we invited people from all over to have conversations about the future of the field. They provided us with a platform to find these solutions because they had put us into contact with stakeholders and people who could assist in trying to find some solution to these problems. And so after we were provided with that platform to communicate and to network, we then formalized an organization, this organization, which I'm now calling, as you would see on my screen, SIAP, the South African Young Architecture Professionals. The idea is that if you can have a look at it, and all of you would know a little bit about graphic designers and architecture designers, and there needs to be meaning behind things. If there's no meaning, it's kind of pointless. But the bottom you might see is a series of points, and you would know on the share button on your phone, it's a series of dots that are interconnected. It means that we are sharing and we are connecting between each other. Obviously, if you have an Apple, it looks a bit different, but generally, if you have WhatsApp, you see the sharing logo. The bottom is South Africa. South Africa needs to have a network of young professionals that expands throughout the African continent and to the world. In fact, the African continent is very underrated. And as Tajna was expressing about the lack of foreign investment, in fact, there is actually a lot of foreign investment coming in. Why? Because we have over 1 billion people on this continent. That means 1 billion times more opportunities to make money. And I think a lot of foreign investment is capitalizing on it. Yes, there are issues that have occurred in the past, like colonization and the depletion of the resources of the continent, but it's Africa's time to shine. And I think all of us on this continent at this moment in time actually have a very serious, interesting, and incredibly pioneering role to play in this, the future of the field. So we formalize this organization and we set out to do a few things. Let's talk about some of the problems we experienced and the gaps we tried to bridge over the last year. First, problems first. High school students don't know what is architecture. Of course, many a time, many of us are confused between architecture and civil engineering. It's a very easy confusion to make, especially if you do engineering, graphics, and design in school, EGD, or technical drawing. Now, if you have a look at high school students, the perception of what architecture is something that needs to be addressed. And that's the one place we thought to start with, because that's where this desire comes. Grade 9, choosing subjects, grade 10, you're doing the subject and you're excited. But at that moment in time, there's actually no proper, accurate, authentic guidance to get you through the system. Second is tertiary level students. You somehow manage to find out about architecture. Maybe you read a book somewhere and you thought, oh, architecture is cool. You search the type of architecture in South Africa, Ccap comes up. Or maybe what happened is you asked a friend. Some of you were very good at drawing. Somebody who was one of your teachers advised you. There's a lot of ways you got into architecture, but it's probably not through one of the more authentic, reliable sources, meaning it's not like you got information directly from Ccap. So now somehow you managed to enter into a tertiary institution and you went to a accredited learning site, or maybe you didn't, and you started learning and you started going along the way as a tertiary level student. And while you were there, you heard Ccap being thrown around, and that's something you're like, oh, that's interesting, nice, maybe one day I'll get to it. And then you finish and you graduate and you've gone through all this pain and the suffering and the struggles and the remote learning of COVID. And then you realize I am a candidate and you don't know what it is. And then you start getting slowly exposed to the world. And as I think Simone had mentioned, she didn't really know about the code of ethics and those things at the time. It's not something particularly brought on at company or business practice level. Someone would discuss these things. So you then now a candidate and then you find out there's this thing I have to write, the PPE. What? It's the PPE exam. They're like, what? That's the kind of thing you have to figure out to write and understand all of this lingo that's starting your own practice and JPCC. And it's like, oh my gosh, JPCC. And then eventually you pass the exam and you wait to hear from Ricky Moody to tell you that you passed and everyone that's on the team putting it together. And then you're a professional. Then you're like, okay, cool, I'm a professional, but now I need to acquire work. And these are the 4 levels and categories where you find the most issues and problems. You can see we're trying to bridge the gap between those. And so we also noticed, and if you would have a look at our SciApp Facebook page, which I'll post not too long from now, the steps toward becoming professional already 7-fold. You're in high school first, you're trying to study, then you're enrolling into ALS, then you're a graduate, then you're commencing training, and then you're writing PPE, then you're opening a practice, and you're constructing a building. Now, along those 7 steps, you can almost say all of the content for your PPE exam or the professional practice exam is derived from each of those steps. And so you can see that on the left-hand side is some detailed information, or at least categories on information you could find. Now, the only reason I know this stuff is because I've gone through the process and I've tried to document the process as best I could to share it with the next person coming up. Not because I'm a saint, not because I'm noble, but because I think that through collaborative learning, we can all come together to move the profession forward. Now, all this information that's documented here is something that myself and Papana and the people that work with us together at SciApp have come together and tried to enlist and try to share and make this information freely available, that's accurate and authentic to the best of our abilities. And so some of the progress made, as you might see on the screen here, is the setup of the Facebook page. You can see it's only about 34 members until whenever this picture was taken, but it needs to grow. But on that page as well, apart from the numbers that you might see, is a lot of very accurate information. If you did not know, Ccap has a very strong presence on social media, on LinkedIn, on Facebook, not 100% sure about Instagram, but we'll get there. if you have a look, they put in little golden nuggets of information every time. What is limited special dispensation? What is a candidate? What is an accredited learning site? And I feel because the information is not very well discussed, and there's generally a lack of talking about professionalism when you're a student, that you are unaware. But there's a lot of information out there. It just kind of needs you to look a bit more. But that's not your fault. Because sometimes things that are more eye-catching is like Instagram, places you want to be in, digital spaces which you occupy. Now, this year, some more progress that was made, as you will talk about just now. I was able, through my organization and architect, to team up with Ccap to offer a PPE program where we created study groups. And one of the things that was great about it was that we didn't just create study groups, but we created a community of people who were studying. And so all of the information we created, we shared online. In fact, if you want to think of Ccap as something, it can be seen as an open source, collaborative, peer-to-peer learning site. And through this, we shared information about the Ccap exams. And as what one of the candidates, or who's now becoming a professional, hopefully, had mentioned, past papers were difficult to attain. But there were a number of us in the groups that actually had past papers. And what we did collectively was we assembled those past papers, organize them according to years, and we have about a decade worth of past papers from Ccap. The thing that you should know, though, is the older the papers, the more outdated some policy could be. So that's something to keep in mind. But we did have about a decade's worth of papers. And so we made this open source available for everyone to contribute via that beautiful thing we know as Google Drive. Past papers, material, of course, material that had been copyrighted, we weren't allowed to share. And so what we did at Ccap is made our own. But now let's talk a little bit more about progress made in those few things I just discussed. One of the first things regarding progress made was the creation of the Becoming an Architect booklet, which Ccap had very, very generously endorsed. This booklet talks about the stages from high school to university and assists students with this. And it explains in detail the process of how to become an architect, how do you become a professional, what is a degree versus a diploma, how long will it take you to articulate on the path. And myself, as an architect, as one of the sole contributors to this particular book, had engaged into a partnership with Ccap to get this information distributed across high schools. I'll mention the challenges we faced just now. And one of the next things we did at Ccap was, again, writing the exam this March, doing the peer-to-peer led group for a particular price and gain access to registered mentors. So what we did is we began to get a process of getting mentors who already registered with Ccap, who already passed the professional practice exam, and then went on to assist in the student group. So now we were getting a mentor that was going to lead a group of 6 people at a time, and another mentor who's going to lead a group of 6 people at a time, and each mentor giving guidance. We created a schedule 2 months before the examination. And even if you wanted to join a week before the examination, you would join, and then you would get access to all of the work we had done. This had done over a period of one pilot testing program in 2021. And then another pilot testing program 2022, so that hopefully by the next PPE exam in 2023, we're going to have a full-blown process going through with a number of people on board. We had about, say, in total over the years, about 18 to 20 people as part of these groups. And from what we gather, I guess we'll find out whether it was successful or not, but it really assisted in the confidence levels, at least from what was shared to me, of those who are writing the examinations. Now, who is Ccap? We're going to discuss a little bit more about what we have tried to offer, what we hopefully offered, and what still needs to be done. Now, if you look at the questions I had, you see 1, 2, 3, and the 4th one I'm going to talk about now. We've answered 1, we've answered 2, and now we looked at 3, progress made. But now let's look at more problems to solve. High school students, bridging that gap, tertiary level students, candidates, professionals. One of the things that's very necessary in order for us to bridge these gaps is that social media and digital online spaces are those connectors. I don't believe that it is only physical contact anymore that allows people to have social interaction. It is a very digital space we live in. We have a lack of influencers in the architectural space who are South African. There are many influencers. When I was studying about 10 or so years ago, there were almost no influencers. There was no videos on YouTube. And in the 10 years or so since I graduated, I have now seen that there are quite a number of people in these spaces, but there's no South Africans. That's a problem. because it is these spaces that South Africans create that other South Africans will gravitate towards. And so SciAp is intending to be a facilitator of those. As the National Architecture Students Forum was mentioned, collaboration is the key. It's almost like the milestone of our time, of this decade. Collaborating between several different groups is the only way collectively as a society we can come together to solve these problems. So social media and digital online spaces is quite crucial. And this is where we need students to come in, because the only way we can group these together, some of the problems that I had encountered, for example, when approaching high schools, I approached a number of high schools, over 50 high schools, bordering onto 100, 120. Because students in the high school scenario, and because schools don't generally deal with email, there was almost a lack of communication and a resistance, if you could call it to some degree, of trying to engage high school students with Ccap. But that could change because high school students also are on social media. If they follow something related to architecture and a South African site pops up with all of the related information, they would most likely get accurate information about what architecture is in South Africa. Now let's look at the tertiary level students. One of the problems we also encountered from at SciAp was the lack of engagement from tertiary level students, not because they were reluctant, but because they didn't know that such platforms existed. And so this kind of webinar brings together a group of students who we are looking to take the baton forward. The prospect of agency, that every student has the ability and the potential to control their circumstances, is a very, very strong idea. As you would have seen in the Fees Must Fall movement, in the Roads Must Fall, in the Me Too movement, power has come to the people through the usage of their devices. And students need to jump on board onto this. I myself have seen the power of being able to use social media and digital online spaces to connect with thousands of people. Not too long ago, I did a talk on the future of architecture. I connected with people from Bjarke Ingels' group, from MIT, from a number of places I otherwise never would have had access to them. And that connection opened up new networks for me and allowed me to understand where the future of the field is actually going. And so students and the working industries can find a connection, practice can find a connection through social media. Now, again, with candidates and professionals, the next thing to do is, once you finish studying, you need to continue studying. You need to always keep yourself relevant. Again, social media, digital online spaces allow this to happen. Now, what we were hoping to achieve at SciAp was a few things. We did manage to have a pilot program which runs quite well. And in fact, SciAp is trying to facilitate and benchmark their processes on existing business models and trying to develop our own. Now, the PPE classes gave access to past papers and open source information on the exams. So if you needed information, you could get it free of charge. The only thing that you were paying for, if you wanted to pay, was to have a mentor to guide you through the papers. But you didn't have to get that. All of that information was made free on Facebook. You could go and read the papers by yourself, look at whatever information was available. It was all free. The next thing SciAp is aiming to do is create a mentoring program. The mentoring program will try to assist students in allocating their mentors with the assistance of Ccap, with the registered mentors that could assist us and take students through a series of steps to become registered. We're also going to be having free sessions and webinars to assist students, but there are also small videos which would guide students, which have been made to guide students towards becoming not just candidates, but professionals. Self-driven learning is the next part. As was mentioned about the software problem, it's rife. Really, only if you go to specific schools of architecture will you get full exposure to technology. I must mention that the spaces and even the space I am in, the education environment I am in, the campus I'm in, there is a very strong drive, and we hear from students about this divorce from technology or software and practice. We try to mitigate those, but the only way students can really mitigate that themselves is by actively learning. We are in an age where learning was never ever, we are in an age where learning has never been easier. And so SciAp aims to bring people who can offer these classes or who can share this knowledge and create spaces online to allow them to do this. That's one of our next portions that we're looking at, is education, architectural education post your qualification. And then finally, one of the things, as we mentioned, is always going to be more problems. Once you're a professional, you want to all these problems. The next thing is, how do you sustain a business? And there's not that much information on sustaining a South African architectural business. There's lots of people who know information, but not a lot of content online. And that's where we need ourselves, or as you might see, the youth, to come up with these solutions and to contribute. I'm not here to mention to you that there is a lack of dedication from your side or interest. I'm here to call you on towards collaborating with those who have experience, with those who have some agency, with those who are able to take the baton forward, to collaborate with those who are younger and older than yourselves towards moving our profession forward. And so in my final comment, SciApp network will return, but I'm going to share the links to all of the students here. And I'm going to say that in order to move it forward, we need mass collaboration between students from all universities. And we do believe that at SciApp, from the work that has been done thus far, we will see a positive implementation. Finally, perhaps this is maybe the final note more, there are correct paths to dealing with problems and situations in life. I don't think perhaps maybe some of them would be to blurt out on public platforms who you have a problem with, or to name them or to shame them. If you really do have a problem, you're going to do something about it. And one of the places and spaces that you could inhabit that's doing something about it is SciApp, the South African Young Architectural Professionals Network. We're trying to create a very accurate, authentic, reliable place for South African architectural information, and we need you to contribute to it. That's the only way it will work. So I look forward to hopefully collaborating with many of you, especially the students who have been invited to speak here in the near future. Thank you very much for your time. Over and out.
Akil, those are very, very exciting words that you have spoken about. So all our youthful candidates out there, Akil is an example of a youth that came together with another youth, brought together by Ccap, and they created this voluntary association, and its message is very clear, and its constitution is very clear about the youth and getting the youth involved. So this is just also an obvious example of connectivity and how you are and we are all connected these days, and I commend them. I really commend you, Akil, as well as Papama, with this initiative. It sounds very exciting, and you know, it's a youth platform, but I can tell you that you're going to find professionals also trying to register with you, because sometimes things are a bit more colorful and more exciting in the youthful side as you go. I think we have about 10 minutes. If we can have any questions or commentary from anybody for these next 10 minutes, and then we can wrap up our session. So guys, please go for it from what Akil has said and what they are participating in and they are doing and creating.
Chairperson, there's a hand from Palisa and Liam. Can they perhaps comment in that order?
Yes. Okay, Palisa, please, you go ahead, and then Liam. Thanks.
Thank you. Hi, Akil. I thought your presentation was really great and very exciting, especially after all the challenges and problems we brought up earlier. I think my first question was, how do we as students start taking part in an initiative like that? And also to find out whether you'd be open to maybe having a presentation like this to institutions. So I think that it would be great for first years to also be exposed to this kind of information, and to also figure out how they can be involved, because there are a lot of architecture students that I know that have started their own Instagram pages with, projects that they've done from first year to third year. So I think sometimes these things happen in very isolated ways, or else if there's a community where that maybe you can use this network to also share some of your projects, it can be quite an exciting way to also network students from various institutions. So yeah, thank you.
I'm going to take that and answer. Thank you very much, Palesa. I completely agree with you that things occur in silos. And so perhaps the first step I would make, since I probably do have all your emails now, since we're all part of the same emailing list, I'll make contact with you. But you can also contact me yourself by email or find me on LinkedIn. And I think LinkedIn is an excellent tool. Like I mentioned, I ran an entire program via LinkedIn about a year ago, speaking to people all over the world about the future of the field. People who are architects, and you'd be surprised that people who are actually designing your shoes at Nike are actually architects, and so on and so forth. And so I think LinkedIn is a great place to find me, but also Sayap, the page I just posted on the site, you can get into contact. And I and myself and Papama and whoever else is part of the team on Sayap are very, very interested and more than willing to do presentations or initiatives and to reach out to the students. In fact, one of the things that Ntokoza and myself have been discussing is how can we find ways to get to the students. Now, my page, for example, an architect has about 2,000 or 3,000 something like that followers, but I don't have everyone in my target audience, and I'm trying to find the spaces which students occupy so we can connect you guys together. And the only way we can be connected together is through the small initiatives. I must mention as well, the life cycle of an organization, it will start off singular at first, but as it grows larger, it will then break up into smaller components. We're at that stage where we need to have one single source of information to give everyone the platform and the opportunity to have spaces like their own Instagram pages, which are featured on Sayap or an architect or Ccap page or whatever the case is. One of the things we also discussed doing at Sayap is exhibiting students' work to the great audience at large, and we actually do have students' work. The problem I must mention, Palesa and even Liam and anyone else who's listening here, is the students. I think the students' time is very limited to anyone who wants to assist, because you're obviously studying architecture. You have no time for anything else. But I do believe that there are young professionals, especially someone who's graduated, who would be able to assist in those. And so I'm looking for a lot of graduates, because I think the first thing you realize in the working world, I have some time, more than I did in architecture school. Before you're living, eating architecture, you actually have a life in to some degree, not a very long life, but you have a bit of a life. So my advice is just that I think the more students you can get connected with, the better. And the aim is to create a network, but from the network to span other networks. The point is not for everyone to become little replications of Sayap, little replications of an architect or Ccap. The point is to create a platform where you can meet others and find your own way in life. So yes, LinkedIn and the Facebook site I mentioned. I hope that kind of answers your question, Palesa. And yes, I'm more than willing to come out or to even via Zoom, because that's the favors we have and the privilege we have. I hope it answers your question.
Yes, you did. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, can we have Liam?
Thank you. And yeah, thanks so much, Akil. It's really interesting to see what has been set up in kind of exactly what I was talking about in my presentation at the beginning, is creating a system of relationships between professionals and young architects and students. But so part of my question, Palesa asked and you answered, but yeah, it'd be really interesting. And as you say about the organization being one thing that would then proliferate into different pieces, but maybe discussing with you and discussing further how chapters, maybe, because obviously Palesa and I are UCT student reps, so maybe a UCT chapter or a VITS chapter, and like chapters of Sayap at different universities that then conglomerate into one. Yeah, so yeah, if we can get your contact details from the Facebook page, that'd be great. So we can, yeah, as Palesa asked, to maybe have you come speak to some of the students, and yeah, but cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Liam. Also, just maybe just give an answer to that. I do think the chapters idea is quite good, and I think that's what Ccap was trying to achieve with Ccap chapters, and I think they have achieved it to a great degree, but there can always be more done. And so I feel that it would be great if we had people who have just recently graduated coming to speak to other students. They'll be more receptive than perhaps say listening to myself. I may be coming across as a bit intimidating because I'm already a lecturer and already qualified, but if someone who's just finished graduating and still fresh in it, that's who we're trying to get together. So yes, Liam, I will get your contact and I'll get everyone's contact here, so we can be in contact.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay. Sure. If I put my video on, I won't be able to. You won't be able to hear me, because now we are wrapping up our session. Sure, guys, this has been such a beautiful morning and a beautiful afternoon. Before I just wrap up, Councillor Vusi, would you like to say something?
Yes, thank you, Vice President. I think as we close, I would like to thank all the candidates, all the students who took time today to be part of this session. The aim and purpose of the session really was to find what problems and challenges you are facing during your training at an architectural learning site. We want to understand what are the impediments with regards to your mentorship program. And we are grateful for this platform today because we were able to get some contributors and indicators in terms of the challenges you are currently faced. And we are also grateful for the presentation from Mr. Naika because this VA they've initiated will focus on the needs and challenges of the youth. But Ccap also values the youth, especially architectural students, and we take the issue of transformation quite seriously. And we will use all the information gathered here today to create better offerings for our students and candidates who are currently being mentored. So VP, thank you so much for everyone for attending. It is greatly appreciated on behalf of Ccap. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my Councillor Vusi. I have some few bullet points here that I'd like to share with you. You know, I felt that there is a lot of insecurities that are fluttering within some of yourselves, and I can tell you that it is normal, and there's nothing wrong or inefficient with yourselves or with your output. You do get better as the years go by. You do get more confident as the years go by. And at the stage and the stages that you are at, you are allowed to feel the way you feel. You're allowed to know what you know and to know what you don't know. And those that are still in their studies, in your earlier years, you know, you may feel clueless. Just remain committed. It gets better. And I know you may feel also dumb. I use the word dumb because I also felt dumb to some things at a point. Just remain committed. It gets better as you go. And sometimes you are sitting in lectures and platforms and you hear nothing. You're like, what are they talking about? Just remain committed. You do get through, and it's all about commitment. And I found that one of the things that are most helpful in getting through your studies is to align yourself with the harder working students. Just put yourself with them, because when they get up and go to the studio, you follow them. Even if you don't feel like it, you follow them and you do what they're doing, because that will help you to get through during the times when you don't feel like getting through. Align yourself with also the students that seem like, yes, there's students that seem smarter. It's not that they're smarter, but it's because maybe they have background exposures because of their family members in architecture. Put yourself next to them, because architecture, you will learn a lot of what you learn. It's from all of that interaction. And the future is uncertain, but the future is there. It's just always changing. It is what it is. So keep innovating and go with the flow. I've always found that you should always leave your heart on the paper. You should always leave your heart on the paper. You know, when I was disillusioned in my final master's year and I came to my head of department's office and I'm crying and I'm like, oh gosh, I don't see any Black women around me. Am I just deluding myself? Am I going to make it, you know? And he's an Afrikaans man, pepperhead and everything. And he stopped and he said to me, Tabi, all you need to do is to do your work. Just do your work. And it works even in practice. Do your work component. One day you'll be running practice and you'll be an architect, woman, or however. Do your part and they will know that, my gosh, the architect is in the room now. We are with our architect now. And it goes back to one thing. Don't think it, just leave your heart on the paper. Respect legislation. Ccap is a legislator. Respect legislation. It's designed to bring you opportunities. You don't want to have to fight and say, well, you know, I want, please give me that project, give me that project. Why aren't you giving it to me? Because you know what? Your paperwork will speak for you. You will be registered and you'll put your papers on the table and you won't even need to fight. And these papers will say, oh no, that's our person. She's a registered professional. This is the person we're going to work with. So keep up with your registrations and then also connect in your personal spaces, connect with your gods, all of your respective gods in your meditative spaces, your inner beliefs, whatever they are, will help you to get through. So do not forget to go to those spaces that you grew up with or that you believe in, because they will help you to get through. I still call on my gods even till to this day as a practicing architect, and it helps. And then I've always found that your purpose, yes, the world always talks about, yes, but what's my purpose? What's my purpose? What's my languages in this whole architecture thing? But your purpose will be found in participating in the profession. I mean, here we are with Councillor Vusi and myself and President Nduku. We never thought that we would be part of Ccap and we would be making decisions that are legislature. But that's because we participated in the profession and we never gave up. Just hang in there. You find yourself in platforms where you are able to change the law, and how awesome it is. And all you are is just a person who loves to draw. I just love to draw. That's all I love. And here you are, you get to be in these lovely platforms and you get to speak with ministers and advisors, and you change legislation. And then lastly on my list, as I can carry on forever, is to collaborate and to help each other. Help your colleagues. Once you're registered and a friend says, hey, come through, my aunt wants to put a flat above the garage, take it and go and help, because that's where your future work is going to come from. It's going to come from helping each other and connecting each other. I just want to say lastly that I thank you all honestly for remaining right up until now in this talk shop. All of you I listened to that made your presentations. Thank you for preparing your presentations. Gosh, they were beautiful and they were lovely to hear. Ccap has made the notes down. And I know that we are in good hands because you guys are asking the right questions. The future of architecture is in the right hands. You're asking the right questions. Thank you so much for participating. I wish you all the best of luck. Do not put too much pressures on yourself. If it gets tough, go and take a long hot shower or a long hot bath, or even just take a nap. Or just go home and cry on the shoulders of a mother or a father or a sister and a brother, and come back to the drawing board. You're going to be fine. You are so going to be fine. Thank you so much, everybody. Take care. And from my heart to all of you, thank you and goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.